Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we?
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Matt, sorry I didn't respond to you last night. I didn't have my phone near me.
No, you're okay.
I would have thrown it through the TV.
Cubs
anyway,
texts.
So it wouldn't have mattered.
I stopped watching that
wouldn't have been
game
able to-
after 5 innings. I was like, all right, this is one of the nights. I was like, this is one of the nights I will go ahead and watch the Cubs. I'm very excited. They're playing the Brewers in Wrigley, always a big series.
Yep.
And Shota, just in the fourth
He showed to the bed.
The fourth inning, you
laugh.
could tell you're like, wow, like they are all over his fastball. Like there is not, and his splitter wasn't competitive, and so he gives up 5 runs or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, well, you know what? These bats can get hot. You know, the bullpen's been fine. Like they can go in and, you know, maybe have Ben Brown come in, maybe. No, they throw him right back out there. And what does he do? Gives up a 3-run homer. I'm like, who could have ever foreseen this coming? So turn out TV right away, and then I put on the Thunder Spurs game, and I was very, very happy to half watch it when the hockey game was going on. And then the hockey game was over, then I tuned back in, and then I really locked into the basketball.
I'm kicking myself because my Montreal Canadiens were playing in Game 7, and I forgot.
What? You did?
Yeah, it was a great game.
It was awesome.
I saw that we walked it off.
Skated
it was
my Montreal Canadiens.
It was classic hockey. A hockey casual will tell you that, Buffalo should have won that game. I'm here to tell you that the Canadians were totally fine with Buffalo doing what Buffalo was doing.
Why would the casual say that Buffalo should have
Because
won?
Buffalo had a lot of shots on goal.
Because I thought Montreal should have won.
And there was at one point,
Puck knower.
the Sabres were really putting the pressure on. Like the Sabres dominated the last 10 minutes of the second period. But
Were they Luke Skywalker?
the Canadians were like, they were fine with them being in the zone and having their defensemen pinch up, and they took advantage of it. And the better team won the series, in my opinion.
Don't you recall that Team USA was outshot by, wasn't it the Canadians?
Yeah, but that I would say that the Canadians were way more content with Buffalo doing what Buffalo was doing, and the USA was not content with what Canada was doing.
Yeah.
They were not at all.
Either way, congratulations
Canadians,
to my Montreal Canadiens.
How are they your Montreal Canadiens?
Because I have a hat.
Is that just how it works
Yep.
now? Okay.
Yep.
Good for you.
I have a hat. So now they're my Montreal Canadiens.
I can make you a Blackhawks fan. Would you like to be a Blackhawks fan?
No, not
Okay.
really.
All right.
Not really.
Thank you.
I don't have any animosity towards the Blackhawks like I do towards the Bears.
Why do you have animosity towards the Bears? We don't
I
mess
just-
with you.
Because of the 80s.
No, it's
They
not
beat
because
the
they
Rams 24-0.
That
No,
was
no,
46 years ago.
I
mean, come on.
I didn't.
40 years ago.
I wasn't really that
When you said
mad
the
after
80s,
that
I just
game.
went back to 1980.
It's just that
Wouldn't it be 86 technically?
the Bears have been living off of that 1 year for so damn
What
long.
is living off of?
It frustrates me watching as a person from afar that it's like, give it up.
That team had
Move
7
ahead.
Hall of Famers on it.
Yeah, great. You know, the Steeler teams in the 70s had about 100 Hall of Famers,
and they
moved on.
Well, they won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
It helps when you win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
We haven't won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So why are you
I mean,
mad
they're
at
basically
our
the
problems?
Cincinnati Bengals with better uniforms.
Bigger city, charter franchise, been around
Here's a question.
Again,
longer.
no problems with Chicago. Love Chicago.
Topic alert.
Bears.
Are the 85 Bears the most famous Super Bowl champion of all of the Super Bowl champions?
I mean, it's up there.
Who would
it's
even
up
be on
there.
the short list?
71 Dolphins,
72.
72 Dolphins.
Pins up.
You
That's
know,
a good one, Matt.
You know what? Strangely, not really. Even though they were undefeated.
I disagree. We talk about
You
it.
talk
Only
about them a lot.
undefeated.
Every
We
year
talk
when
about
the
the-
last undefeated team loses, we go the 72
We
Dolphins.
we
Mercury
do,
Morris.
but it's almost like the Super Bowl was.
The champagne.
It's the undefeated thing that is the mark, not that they won the Super Bowl.
I would say pick your favorite. Honestly, pick the most famous 49er Super Bowl team and pick the most famous Cowboys Super Bowl
See,
team.
but I don't think so. I don't think that
You
they
don't think
are-
it's like that?
No, like because there. What was it? There's the 15-1 49er team. They're very good,
Very
but I don't
good.
think that like people are like, yeah. I don't think people know which one it is because they won so many.
Yeah, that's a
Honestly.
great. No,
Yeah.
seriously, that's why I
Cowboys
said
have
pick
5,
your favorite one.
Niners have 5.
Yeah.
So I'll give you one. So the 85 Bears is a good one. The 72 Dolphins is a good one. Would it be the 09 Giants? The team, or is it the
07.
oh,
The one that ended the undefeated one?
07 Giants.
For sure.
They are with the helmet catch.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I hate that team. God,
I know, but that would be
I love that team.
that
I'm so
team-
thankful to that team.
That team
for
is
many reasons.
The team is heralded as one of the
Yeah,
greatest,
for sure.
or not the
Absolutely.
greatest of all time,
And
but
it's-
heralded as one of the best wins ever
and
because
it's
they
why
one of the great
Eli-
playoff runs.
That's why Eli's a GOAT Hall of Famer.
Yep. Even though he hasn't gotten in on how many tries is he? Is he over 3 now, or is he over
it's
2?
only 2.
Okay.
over 2.
Good job, Hall of Fame
I-
voters.
Yeah, good job, Hall of Fame.
I told you
voters.
this was happening. You were like, no,
These
he's a-
idiots
he's a
who
slam
left
dunk.
out Bill Belichick. They're so good.
I do think that
You're
if
nailing this one at least.
if the Malcolm Butler interception did not happen,
Seahawks.
that the 2014, the Legion of Boom, the first one, would have been more famous. Because it's almost as if like them going back to back would have made that original team like more iconic in a way. Because it's like, oh my God, they're like they're almost like a dynasty.
They were really good.
But
That
like
team
I
was
feel
really
like
good.
we now, when we talk about the Seahawks and LOB and that run, what do we talk about?
We
more
do
than
talk
anything?
about wow, and they really screwed it up.
We talk
really
because
screwed it up.
also too
That's a
like
great point.
also to their demise, their first Super Bowl game was over in 10 minutes.
yeah.
The first New York Super Bowl, and what happens? The snaps over his head, and then Percy Harvin returns a putt. Like that game was over. Like people weren't
The
watching. that
Super
game
Bowl was the
anymore.
NFC Championship game
Yeah.
against
So
49.
so it's almost like because the Seahawks didn't have a memorable Super Bowl win, and then their most memorable moment is throwing it on the 3-yard line. We don't really. I think we would have looked more fondly upon them.
Mm.
Is
I
the
believe
7
it was the 1 yard line or the
is-
1.5
is-
yard line.
is the Philly team?
No.
The Philly Special, you mean?
Yeah. Or it's called Philly.
No, it's not. It's called the Philly Special.
Nick Foles goes up to Doug Peterson and goes, "Do you want Philly?"
Yeah, but they call it the Philly Special.
It's called both.
Okay. My
People
wife
forget
has a
about
coffee mug that
It's the
literally
hook
says
and lateral.
Philly Special.
Hook
That's-
and lateral.
That's kind of what it is. But he goes, "You want Philly?" Because remember, at the time, Bud Light had the Dilly Dilly commercials. And that was
I don't
very
remember that.
And the
forgot
Dilly
about-
Dilly commercials were very famous. And it was like Dilly Dilly.
I
And
forgot-
so it was like it was a play on words. It was a play on the commercial. It was Philly.
forgot about that. I really did.
God, I love beer commercials.
Yeah, we've had
Bud
some
Light,
good ones
Bud
over the
Light,
years.
We used
Bud
to-
Light,
we-
Bud Light, Bud Light.
They
Bud
used to
Light.
be really good. Now they're not.
Well, now they're recycling the most interesting man in the world. Like now he's got a new one. Like
I
they
guess,
do new ones
yeah.
with him.
No, you know what the problem is with a lot of commercials is it reminds me of Mad Men when Don is talking to Kim, it's Peggy and somebody else, and they're like, "Yeah, let's get Joe Namath," and he's basically like, "That's lazy.
Yeah.
Have a famous person do it. It's lazy." And that's what so many commercials are now.
Yeah.
Like the
good point.
iconic Budweiser commercials to me. Now, the first one I can remember are the lizards or frogs, Budweiser, and then of course the What's Up commercials. And that was when I was a kid, but there were no famous people in those. It was a not an animal. What is a lizard, Nick?
An
An amoeba.
reptile?
It's a
reptile.
Amoeba.
It was a reptile, and then it was just dudes.
Well,
now it's all look, it's a guy that you know.
But now we're
I
at the
miss
point,
when it was
though-
just reptiles and dudes.
me
now-
too, Nick.
Now we're at the point though, like if you are a commercial person, you become famous. Jake from State Farm became like a famous person.
That's a good point. We have a
And
lot
the-
of characters.
And then they
Capital-
replaced him and tried to gaslight us all.
Well, I'm talking about the new one that actually, the old one wasn't that famous at all. This new one was very, very famous. But then like the Capital One guy, now he's the Capital One guy. You know what I'm saying? Or
Which Capital One
the
guy?
Flo from Progressive,
Yeah.
or the woman from AT&T.
Remember all the Geico cavemen commercials?
Yes,
Those were
I
great.
do remember the guy.
That was one of the best ad campaigns of all time, I think.
So easy a caveman could do it.
yeah.
And then they made it meta where the caveman was getting triggered.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then they tried to bring it back a few years ago. I think that kind of missed it.
Yeah.
But now they just got a gecko.
They've had the gecko.
What about the Aflac duck? Aflac.
Well, we
Yeah,
got-
but then they
we
added
got
Deion Sanders
Limu
and Nick
the emu.
Saban.
Correct.
We got Limu the emu.
And Doug?
Yeah,
And Doug.
that's a good one. That's probably the one where you hit me there. But like the Capital One commercials now, Sam Jackson and Jennifer Garner and Charles Barkley. Yeah, and just all of those.
Well, they only
And
run.
now-
Mike Lee.
and
They
now
generally
Ben-
only run those during the
March
March
Madness.
And then
Madness.
Bud Light,
Capital One,
did
the
that
Spike Lee
thing
joint.
that got everybody pissed at them, and they were like, "How do we get everybody back on our side?" Shane Gillis and
and Peyton Manning.
and Peyton
Seriously,
Manning and
boring.
Post Malone and all these famous.
Yeah,
people.
give us a good Bud Light commercial. Give us our jingles back, man.
Give us our jingle.
I'm telling you, Bud Light Bud Light was a great one.
What about do you like the horses? Do you like the Clydesdales?
Of course.
I love the
You know,
Clydesdales.
Well,
Clydesdales are great.
Okay, first off,
You're a horse girl. You should love it.
horse guy.
Either way.
Freebird is getting overplayed.
The
It
song.
is.
It's getting overplayed.
Now
Well,
I'm getting
we
free-
have now reached the point.
I've
where
now
Freebird's
it's a
overplayed.
red-blooded
Led
American.
Zeppelin called and said this is overplayed.
I've now deemed it over, but it's too much now. It's way too much. In between every timeout for ESPN on the NHL, it's Freebird. It's ridiculous. And I'm kind of done with it. But the Clydesdale Bald Eagle Super Bowl commercial with Freebird was pretty good.
Yeah.
They did that right.
Yeah.
They
Every
did that
time
But
I
just
think-
bring back the Budweiser jingle, man. That's all I want.
Do you know who had the worst commercials? Blackberry. Blackberry had some terrible
I
commercials.
don't
bro.
remember.
I
any of
don't
them.
remember any BlackBerry.
It would just like
commercials.
flash a bunch of colors everywhere and it'd just be like Blackberry, and that's what it was.
I don't remember that.
And
at all.
it just be people be walking through with their Blackberries and they're like, oh, I'm cool. I got a Blackberry.
Unfortunately, one of the best commercials of all time was the first iPod commercial where it had Jet and then like the silhouettes and singing
That was
and
pretty
dancing
cool.
to the back. Yeah.
Remember I remember the Apple commercials where it was I'm a Mac and I'm a PC.
Oh yeah,
and
they
it
brought
was-
them back. They do some
It was
pharmaceutical
Justin
thing
Long
now.
and then that nerdy guy.
Yeah,
I
They
remember
brought that back.
yeah. Except it's the same guy. It's Justin Long and that other guy, but it's for some pharmaceutical thing now.
Oh, that's not. Oh, what about the Sonic commercials? I like those.
Well, those two guys. But
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
But they haven't been around for
We
about 10 years,
back,
right?
baby back, baby back. I got my
Has it
baby
been
back,
that long?
baby back,
Good
baby
one.
back. I got my baby back, baby back, baby back.
Yeah, the Sonic guys haven't been around for a while.
Is that true? Wow, I thought that they
Yeah.
came back recently.
I like the
Yeah.
Sprite commercials. You remember the Sprite had some good commercials? You remember that one? It was always at movie theaters where Drake would be sipping, some Sprite, and all of a sudden he'd like become an android, and the Sprite was moving through his body and stuff like
No.
that.
I don't think I ever saw
How about
those.
you? Do you remember the Serena Williams Taylor Swift Sprite?
2020,
No.
John, is when the Sonic commercials.
How about
stopped.
the LeBron James animated Sprite cranberry commercial where LeBron James brings a bunch of Sprite cranberries to a Christmas party? You guys do not remember Sprite?
No,
Sprite
no.
had great commercials, guys. Come on.
I do
miss-
love Sprite though.
I miss early 2000s commercials that would air on like Nickelodeon, where it was like Capri Sun and be like, "Whoa, totally tubular."
What were you
kid.
doing watching Nickelodeon
when I was
5
a
years
kid?
But he was a
You
child.
said, oh, I thought you meant early 2020s.
No,
I'm sorry. I thought you
early
said, like,
2000s.
5
Why
years
was I
ago.
watching Nickelodeon when I was 6? I don't know, John.
No, I thought you meant
Got
like the
him.
2020s.
SpongeBob.
the
probably.
OG nostalgia commercials are the Polar Bear Christmas Coca-Cola commercial.
That's a good.
Yeah, they ruined them by AIing everything.
Do you
the last
remember?
couple years.
Do you remember
Well,
the
they've
one?
always been animated.
Do you remember
No,
the one?
AI.
They didn't get real polar bears for that
I know,
commercial.
I never
stand with
said they
Nick on
did.
this. I stand
I'm
with Nick.
saying Coca-Cola's use of AI slop
There-
sucks.
There was that one commercial with Coca-Cola where it was and it was based off of a true story, but it was they did the bunker warfare, and all of a sudden it was Christmas, and they were done. Like they were like, "Hey, we're gonna go, and we're not gonna fight on Christmas." And then they went, and they all went to the middle of the battlefield, and they shared a Coke. They're all drinking Coke
Here,
together, and
German,
then they got
have a Coke.
literally that's what it was. And then
Yeah.
they got back to their bunkers and they started killing each
I
other.
miss those
Coke for
commercials
the
where,
Kaiser.
where Bill Cosby would try to sell us a Coke
Oh,
or a Jello
interesting.
pudding pop.
You want to do our?
You should really
wanna
drink
do
this
your Bill
Coke.
Cosby impression.
Seriously,
What?
You
drink
want to do
it.
your Bill Cosby
My
impression?
Bill Cosby impression. I don't really have a great one. It's just like
Josh Hodson has a Bill Cosby impression and he refuses to do it. I know it.
Understandable.
I know that he has it.
Yeah,
Tried getting me to do a Bill Cosby impression. It's not good. I'm not going to do it.
that's unsurprising.
Thank you.
You have one good impression. Yep, that's the.
I
only
am
one.
too. My Trump is good. Don't tell me my
Your
Trump ain't
Trump's
good.
pretty solid. That's true. Otherwise, your impressions are terrible.
yeah,
I'm getting better, dude. I pulled the Harry Carey out.
just-
at
that's
the-
not good.
I pulled the Harry Carey out of the memorial service, and people knew what I was talking about.
Wow.
They were like, "Pay your respects," and I went up and I go, "Hi."
Oh my gosh.
Well, yeah, if you do that, people
They're
will
like, "Oh,
recognize
that's
it.
good,
But-
Harry."
Yeah, but then after that, you have to actually say something. It's like, this doesn't sound anything like Harry.
I loved you, Tia.
Wow. And they're like, "Oh, good one."
Yeah, great. Oh,
I'm
that's
glad
so
you're
funny.
doing this here right
Wow.
now. This is appropriate.
Well,
Hi.
you must all have horrible Harry Carey impressions in
I
your
was-
family.
Runs in
I
the
was
family.
like, "Rest in peace. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs win."
You're not saying that a lot right now, are you?
Stibbs, what a sentence. I pulled my Harry Carey out of the memorial service.
I did. I loved it.
I love them.
Hmm.
Oh wow.
No, but the polar bear commercial was the OG. That was the OG.
You know another OG, and they
What?
bring it back every year. It's the Feliz Navidad. What beer commercial is it? Where it's like
It's not Corona, is it?
It is Corona.
Yeah.
Oh, La Playa awaits.
No, it's not that one.
Yeah, it is. It's out there on the beach, and they do the little tree. You know?
Is it dark?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
dark.
Okay, is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah. La
Com-
Playa awaits.
A commercial that I'm sick of, and I just need them to update at least,
Whopper,
is the M&M's
Whopper.
Christmas commercial.
Oh, I
I don't know if I
love
know
that.
It's been airing since the mid.
Wait.
It's still in like 480p.
Yeah, don't
whatever
what
they
is
aired.
it?
It's
No,
when
it-
they're sneaking through and like they see Santa.
Yeah.
I think that's sick. You don't like them using AI, but now you don't like them shooting stuff in 480p. Pick a slant. Do you like antiques or not?
I want them to
great
update
point.
something
You-
that's 25
So you don't
years
want
old
people
now.
to go with the times in AI, but you also don't want people to stick with what once worked. What do you want, Nick?
Kyle?
What do you
for
want?
them to update it but not use AI.
Matt, you'll really like this one because it will remind you of your old show. Kyle says the Hump Day camel had a good run in the 2010s.
Oh,
Yeah.
A great thumbnail that was used literally every week.
Hump Day.
Oh, what a great
Get it?
thumbnail.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Mike.
That got a little annoying.
Yeah, okay, you said Freebird is played out. Anybody who does the Hump Day shtick now, still, I hated it like 2 weeks in, but today I would despise
We did it in a good way though on the show, where it's like Gary would be like, "It's a hump day," and I would go, "Mike." You know, it's a fun little thing.
Was that another Geico thing?
Stop it! Get out of
Was
here.
I don't remember what Hump Day was.
because they would always the premise. They had a few of them. Like they'd give a premise, and then
Hump
it
Day
was
was Geico.
like, okay.
They. I'll tell you this though, they like the
They
most
killed
interesting man in the world is maybe the GOAT of
I can't
commercials.
believe they brought it
The
back.
goat of commercials.
It is. I mean,
It's not that
he
good.
cures. He's the life of parties he's never been to. He cures schizophrenia by walking into a room.
I mean, it's
when
a-
he
it's-
met the
it's-
queen, she bowed to him.
It's
he is
fine.
the most interesting man in
You
the
know
world.
what it is? Now that he's saying all these back to back to back, it reminds me of the Chuck Norris.
I
thing.
had the same.
That's
exact
what it
thought.
is. It's just Chuck
It's
Norris.
just the Chuck Norris thing.
or Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas. to
His
bed.
his beard has his own ID. Monks look to him for guidance.
By the way, a couple commenters just brought up the Terry Tate office linebacker. That was a good one.
Yeah, but they only broke
For
that
the
out.
Super Bowl,
Yeah.
right?
The
Yeah,
moon
they
tried landing on him.
They never overplayed that.
Yeah,
which
that
is
was fun.
which is
You ever see Office Linebacker?
very good.
I have not.
I think I have vague memories of that.
I
That was
do,
Really
like
Chuck
good.
said it was only a one-time thing.
I do. What was the Bret Hart commercial where it's like Bret? And
Well,
then
that was just a WWE.
oh, that wasn't
spot.
that
wasn't for us. That was just for WWE.
Well, you don't want to snap into a Slim Jim.
That was a good one.
Macho Man.
Oh yeah.
R.I.P. Macho Man.
Randy Savage, Jake the Snake.
Okay, that's not too bad. So you got three. He's got three impressions.
Hogan.
Say the N word again.
No, that was Hulk, wasn't it?
No, I know. I was saying he
Oh, okay.
was. Yeah.
Chance writes,
Monster
Josh, you
talking
just
to Hulk.
still do Borat. Leave the Hump Day people alone. I guess that's true.
Yeah.
You do. You
That is
every time you
true.
go, my wife.
That's like 20 years old.
You're like
More than
Riss.
20
You're
years
like
old, bud.
you're like
Is it?
Riss
Wow.
made me this. My wife.
Yeah,
you know?
that's true. The movie came out 20 years ago this fall. I was a senior in high school.
Wow.
We're coming upon my 20-year.
I have transistor radio. My neighbor don't, or something like that. I don't know.
I have
only seen
iPods?
Borat once.
Wow, 20 years. Do
You
remember
ever
when
see?
you had your...
You see Borat too?
Mhm.
Yeah, we did it for Movie Club.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good.
Oh,
No.
Laughed a few times. Alex writes, Matt, stop.
Oh,
will do.
Well, which?
Yeah, I honestly don't know which.
Oh yeah, Macho Man.
Honestly, don't even know which things he's doing.
Macho Man Randy
Savage, Jake the Snake.
I'm motivated and constipated. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
We should dress as Macho Man Randy Savage for Halloween.
That's
John's
adorable.
not
I was
a
about to
Halloween
say-
guy.
I was
not
about to
usually a
say for
Halloween guy.
Christmas. I was
For
like,
Christmas,
for
yes,
Christmas, we
that'd
should
be
dress
good.
up as Macho Man
That
Randy
would be
Savage.
good if we turned Christmas
Into
into dress
Halloween.
up as the Macho Man.
Yes, you just showed up. You're
Ho
like,
ho ho.
Hogan. Did you say Hogan?
Hogan, brother?
I know your guys' Randy Savage is all very much, what he was in WWE, but my introduction to him was in the Spider-Man movie.
Bonesaw
Is ready.
I remember Bonesaw.
Well,
I
I mean,
got you for 3
honest-
minutes.
Honestly, I mean, Bonesaw was Macho
Yeah,
Man.
Macho Man,
Macho
yeah.
Man did not have to.
But whenever
he
I
didn't
There's no
change
character
anything.
change.
Whenever
Yeah,
I
there's
quote
There's no
Macho Man, I
method
just
acting
quote
for
Yeah.
Bonesaw.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get an Academy Award for that because it's
love
like you're
Bonesaw.
just being yourself.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
Whopper writes, I'm catching strays on this crossover hunt. I like the Whopper
No,
commercials.
that Whopper. Okay, I like the first one.
Whopper,
then they.
Whopper.
You
I think
gotta
they jumped the
understand
shark.
the bone-crushing losses that the Bears went through that year.
I'm the same.
Where-
I'm a Cowboys fan.
No,
I
but that
understand.
year in particular, that was the year they were losing all these close games with Justin Fields, and it was just like Justin Fields would make a terrible play and throw an interception and lose the game, and then all of a sudden he goes Whopper, Junior double bacon Whopper, get 2 for the ba at B, and it was the worst.
Have it your way.
So it came out 2022. Yeah. Cowboys had a horrible end of the season, like always. Yeah. So
The Dolphins were having a great season.
the Dolphins did have a good season.
I think that's why I love that commercial so much. It was awesome.
And then you lost them the first round.
Yeah. At least they got there, though.
At least they got there. At least we got to the first round.
Good point.
Cowboys made the divisional round.
I'm not like
Good
that
times.
this year. This might be the first time in forever where I'm not going to be okay with just making the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a dangerous path you walk.
It is.
I
You know what, John?
appreciate-
You know what? I think I might bring this up to Farron.
I think
later
that's a
on
great
today.
idea.
In
The
our
host
live
of-
interview with Mike Farron.
The host of Big Bear Overreaction, Mike Farron.
I love this team. I can't describe it any other way that I love my football team.
Okay.
Hard schedule be damned. I think they can go to the Super Bowl. I think they can win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I'd be disappointed anything less than a Super Bowl this year.
That is
Wow.
insane behavior.
Wow.
I don't think many
They
teams
have
should be able to
one
say
issue.
that.
They got one problem, and that's it.
That's it. They're the Chicago Bears.
Wait, the one problem isn't it the whole side of the ball? Isn't it
No,
defense?
no. That's fine. They're going to be okay.
They're gonna
so
be
what's the one
okay.
problem?
The
The
left
quarterback-
tackle. We need to figure out the left tackle.
Not a big deal though. Normally, left tackles easy to find.
Did the
easy
Bears
to find.
did the Bears sign Cam Curl as a wide receiver? Because that would help old Williams a little bit.
You're my biggest threat. You're the only team I'm worried about. And honestly, Stafford due for an injury.
Why don't you get Taylor Decker? Why don't you get him?
No, I'm
No?
okay.
Okay. Just trying to find a guy for you.
No, I don't need Taylor Decker on my team.
Okay.
I think the
We
Lions-
did sign
I think the
Scotty
Lions-
Miller, though.
I think the Lions might be the pick in that division this year.
John, I think so too. I am getting Lions pilled. I love it. I would never understand. This is a franchise that has been horrible. Literally, my life, your life, his life.
Yep.
And now they're good. And yet the disrespect of Dan Campbell.
Big dumb idiot coach.
I cannot fathom it. If
Big dumb stupid idiot.
If the Browns got great,
Yeah.
everyone would be like, whoa, this guy is a genius. We should never disrespect him.
Right.
But the NFC North, all of them are like, no, we actually know what we're talking about.
Was
Yeah,
I think it's
is he
insecurity.
the
I think they're
expert?
scared.
Is it he who is the expert,
was
or
it
the
his
two head
assistants?
coaches on his staff?
You mean the guys that he
You know,
hired?
you know what? The guys who weren't on his staff last year, and then they didn't make the playoffs. I wonder why that happened.
So wow,
Oh.
he doesn't get credit for hiring those guys.
Right.
Well, I
He
mean,
identified them, hired them.
that's the problem, though. When you hire a coach that isn't an X's and O's guy, you're always reliant on him making another hire. And when he doesn't make another hire, they end up failing. Nick Sirianni happened to him, happened to Dan Campbell. You want to fire Sirianni so much, he's got
Yeah,
the same
he sucks.
problem that Campbell has. They got the same exact problem.
Isn't it wild though? It's like they failed last year. They were 9-8. Like they were fine.
No, they were the favorites to win
They
the
also had a bunch
NFC
of
North. They were
injuries.
the second biggest favorites to make it to the Super Bowl.
I know it's one down year. One down year.
Well,
Well,
because
let's-
of why? Because he could
but-
not hire properly.
Well, let's see
So
what
now we got to
happens.
trust that he's going to hire
Let's
well
see
again.
what
Yes.
happens. Who's to say the Bears won't do that same thing?
You guys are acting as if Jared Goff is just going to be immune to a fall off.
No, I mean Jared Goff has a ceiling.
Yeah.
Question for the room.
Yeah.
Do you think the success of the Chiefs and the Patriots shortly before the Chiefs has like warped the brains of everybody of what a good season is?
No,
No,
not in
not
this
at all.
discussion.
No,
No.
no, no.
No, not in this discussion.
I understand what you're talking about with Campbell, but
He's reliant on hires. It's a fact.
I mean,
it's a fact.
there's
He's
a lot of
reliant on hires.
there's a lot of coaches that have over the years been reliant.
Yeah.
on
Andy
hires.
Reid, not relying on a hire. Sean McVay, not relying on a hire. Kyle Shanahan, not relying on a hire. Kevin O'Connell, not relying on a
All
hire.
those guys. I mean,
They've all
They've
pro.
all missed the playoffs, though. What are you talking about? You're
But
making it seem like
they've all been to all those guys have been to Super Bowls or either won Super Bowls.
if they have
you
another,
talk about Dan Campbell as if he is at that level. He's
because
not
I've
at
watched
that
the
level.
Lions for 30 years. I've watched the Lions for 30 years.
They have made some really, really good draft picks, and they have drafted very well,
Again,
and they got a good
And that is
front
that
office.
is a talented roster.
I look the way you look at Sirianni and how awesome his front office is and how much talent they have, and you want to fire his ass because you don't think he's performing it the same way. I look at Dan Campbell the same exact way. What is the difference?
Well,
there's
so
no
they're both
difference.
culture guy. No, they're both culture guys, but one guy seems to have a good culture, and the other has a wide receiver reading a book on the side.
Yet one of them won a Super Bowl
Sure.
and has been to another one,
Sure.
and the other one has done jack squat.
That's amazing.
Jack squat.
Making it to the NFC
Jack
Championship.
squat?
He's done nothing. He's done nothing.
He
He's
brought
bad.
the Lions
He's
from
bad
the,
at his
he
job.
brought the Lions
And
up
yet
from
he
the
didn't
dead.
kick all those field goals. And if it weren't for his dumbass, they
See,
would have been
this
in the
is it.
Super Bowl.
This is it
They would
right
have been
here.
in the Super Bowl.
It's AFC North hate, which I
North.
respect. But B, it's also he's non-traditional. He doesn't do things the right way.
You're talking to a guy
Thus-
who's Ben Johnson.
I
Ben
was gonna
Johnson's
say,
my
he
head
better
coach.
not do that.
That has nothing to do with that. His decision making cost them a chance to win the Super Bowl. And you know what? Everyone was like, "Oh, the Super Bowl window, it's going to be wide open." You know what happened? It closed because they're the Lions. They're the Lions. They always
could
have
say
been
the
the
same
Lions.
thing about the
They always
Bears.
will be the Lions, but they're even worse than we are. Lions suck.
Wow.
Lions are the worst.
Yeah, I'm with you. They're my pick to win the NFC North this year.
This is getting a little weird now.
By the way,
getting a little
Chance
weird.
has blown up the chat. Lots of
Oh,
all
I'm
caps.
sure he is.
You met Chance.
Oh yeah, we were friends. I guess we
We're
were.
friends.
Uh,
Now you
You got to understand.
now
look,
you've slandered
this
the
is
den.
coming. This is coming from a place of irrationality. Okay,
Yeah, I
I will
can tell.
never be in
Absolutely.
support of the Lions. I will
Absolutely.
never be in support of the Packers. You will never get to convince me to say nice or great or give them the benefit of the doubt. I won't. I think the Lions, they're going to be a fine team. Can't wait to see them as the 6th seed.
I mean, as long as they're in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, I know, but everybody makes.
All right,
the playoffs.
now I want Bears Lions in the playoffs very badly. I want that.
No, I just
matchup.
want the Lions.
I will tell
mean,
you
that'd
that
be
my disdain for the Lions borders on my disdain for the Packers.
That is insane behavior.
And
And
by the way,
meanwhile-
people my age feel
me-
the same way.
Meanwhile, you got a team who's got the most annoying damn sound in the world, and you haven't even mentioned them yet.
Rawr. You
No.
talking about the Wildcats?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, the Vikings. Oh, I like that. You don't like the
Yeah,
the
but
horn?
if I were an NFC North guy,
I
I
love
would
that.
That was
hate
a good
that.
one.
I would hate that.
I really don't have like I don't like the Vikings, but I'm a little more indifferent about
Which
them.
is weird because the Vikings have actually been a threat.
Yeah, but we weren't a threat when they were a threat. That's the thing.
Oh my!
Mm.
Like the disdain for the Lions comes down to we suck, but you could always count on them making you feel good. And then them becoming good and them becoming like America's team made me mad because I'm like, these guys are supposed to suck forever. Like, what do you mean they're good now? I hate this. I'm not rooting for the Lions. I can't stand the Lions. You
They
know,
were
so
good.
that's where that stems from.
Yeah,
The Vikings are just like, we've kind of been two ships crossing in the night. When the
See,
Bears
the
have been good, the
Lions-
Vikings have been irrelevant. When the Vikings have been good, which has been longer than the Bears, we have been bad.
the Lions to him are like the Marlins to me.
But
I
that makes
can't.
sense.
I can't get over the Marlins
But they
because
beat you in the playoffs
because they're a crappy franchise.
Thank you. I can't get their
They
Lions
are.
are a crappy franchise. And you
They
know
are.
what?
They have been.
Well, they
Wow,
still
Jimmy, Jimmy is triggered. Be careful, Matt. Apparently, you don't know that Josh knows everything about football. What are you talking about? John's agreeing with me in this whole discussion right
Well,
now.
you're agreeing in this year to somebody who will not agree with you. That they're going to be the 6th seed. They're fine. They'll win 10 games. They'll be a
Just
footnote.
disagree with Matt.
whatever.
Jimmy. It doesn't have to be more than that.
You're fonding over.
Dan Campbell, the
It's
guy who's
crazy
made the
to me.
Lions a good franchise. Yeah, I know who.
I
Yeah.
think that
The
front
Lions.
office has made
Think about that. The
a good
Lions.
franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, there are 3 franchises that are long,
Suffering.
old, suffering franchises.
Lions,
The Cardinals,
Browns.
the Browns, and the Lions.
Yep.
And the Lions have actually elevated themselves out of that muck and become something relevant and good. And the guy who is at the center of all of that is
Yeah, but
he's terrible.
Cardinals have been to a Super Bowl.
They have.
Nearly won
Yeah,
a Super
but that
Bowl.
was like
calling that a flash in the pan.
that
That
was
was Kurt
it.
Warner.
Literally was. It was
I
lightning in
mean,
a bottle.
they were multiple game like
They had a
went
Hall of
to-
Famer quarterback.
They went to multiple though NFC
Yeah,
championships
they-
with
on
Fitz and
loan.
Palmer.
That's true. That's true.
They went to what, 2? One of them was the Panthers and the other one was to the
They beat the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we should go to break. We got Farron coming up.
Go.
He's going to be waiting in the green room any second now.
That's true.
Tell Farron I say hi.
Don't know if I can promise that, but I will promise that I'll bring up the Bears thing.
That's a good idea.
You
I
should
might
bring
for-
it up to him. He'll get mad at me.
I bet he would.
The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Man, the For You tab is just crapping all over the new Star Wars movie.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, the
The embargo is broken.
the reviews are coming in.
Are you going opening night?
I'm not going to go see it in the theater.
Same.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I saw somebody describe it as watching a TV show in IMAX.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good burn.
Uh-huh.
I saw one the other day. I'll see if I can find it scrolling real fast, but it was basically like the only reason to go see it is, well, it's at the theater. They have air conditioning. Like, oh,
Well, I
that's not
guess if
good.
the air conditioning is broken in your house, it's a good reason to get out for
That's why they used to see
2.5
movies, right?
hours.
Here it is. This was from this really funny Philadelphia account called Fans Since 09. All of the Mandalorian reviews are like, Star Wars back in the big screen, a feast for the senses. It kind of sucks. The theater is air conditioned. See it on the biggest screen you can. Oh,
I've heard people say that the Burger King meal that came out to promote the movie is better than the movie.
Mm.
Yikes.
I saw our friend of the Grum, Alan Seppenwall. He put out his review and basically said it's like a very long TV episode and just an okay one.
Oh.
So it didn't seem like they really had a plan behind this movie other than big screen.
Other than
Make money.
we haven't had one of these in a while. We need to do something
7 years.
with this franchise we paid billions of dollars for.
Crazy.
Meanwhile, Lucas is sitting back going, what have you done to my baby? What have you done to my child?
Prison Matt says, I had no idea there was a new Star Wars movie. Yep.
Yes, it's
See,
called The Mandalorian and Grogu.
That's part of it too. The title is
terrible.
bad.
It's not
a
good.
horrible
Why wouldn't they just
title.
call it The Mandalorian, the movie?
There you go. You could have done that. Yeah. I won't be seeing it either until Nick picks it in movie.
I
Club.
might catch it on Disney Plus, maybe.
Okay.
Well, here is today's Grum Down.
Grum down.
Wemby is super. OKC finally falls.
Yeah. So much for going undefeated.
Rip.
Viva la Habs! Canada Cup dreams are still alive.
What was your favorite part of watching all of that game live, John?
Zero.
Oh man,
Zero.
that's sad.
But I did see the game-winning goal on
Twitter.
Twitter.
Yeah, nice.
Basically.
Once again, shot the wrong way. What is it with you people that keep clipping highlights the wrong way?
TikTok.
Your generation.
It's on Twitter.
I know.
It's on
Should have
Twitter.
gotten like the ESPN account. They had it. I watched the highlight.
Well,
and
it's just
regular,
you know,
awful announcing.
you know, you scroll through the timeline, or you know, you do a quick timeline search.
Yeah.
You just type in Canadians or whatever, and the first thing that shows up is the highlight of the goal, where you can barely see the skater
It's like
and
a
the
pan
net.
and scan.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's terrible. Nick, what do you know about
Your
pan and
generation
scan?
sucks, Nick. I'm sorry. They're terrible with technology.
You're right.
Oh,
Awful.
I mean, not Gen Z A, Gen Z B though. Horrible.
The overachievement principle.
Ooh.
Also, Josh has been in the room picking arbitrary numbers.
that's true. I apologize. I have some stuff. I've not made a graphic though. Sadly, I tried.
Which is the next line. What is a club with Rutgers, Purdue, Cal, and BC called?
Stinky, terrible, Nebraska.
Team not 24. Bill Conley spells it out perfectly.
You teased this yesterday. Are we ever
Well,
going
we
to get
ran
to
out-
this?
It was one day. You know, sometimes we can't get to everything.
I know, I love
because
it.
something else comes up.
And then I always say, yeah, then take that prep and put it on tomorrow's prep sheet. You're good to go.
Mike Farron.
Oh, that'll be soon. He's already in the green room.
He is.
Baseball.
Hey, Mike.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com.
He is not in the green room. He's a phone guy.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com.
Hell yeah.
And why is the Big Ten triggered over punt formations?
What? Punting?
And
And what?
get ready for more arbitrary numbers in the slice.
What are we doing today? Is it slice score time?
It's slice score time.
Already? We don't even have the tournament field.
I know.
Okay.
I'm doing something new.
Wow, and wasn't there a super hot take market too?
Yeah, I got some hot takes for you today, John.
See, there's so many things we may not be able to get to all of that.
Tuesdays are our busiest day.
They're very busy.
Yeah.
Very, very busy. 402-951-1620 is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also tweet at the Grum, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. EquitableOnline.com. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Awesome. It's great to be here. Last night was a night that I wish you watched the NBA. I watched that game, and all I wanted to do was come into work today and talk about it for like an hour. But
but that's literally like talking. I mean, that's like a third of the game length you're spending talking about.
I know, but I wanted to. It was such a fun game. It was such a great game of basketball. And I was like, wow, I wish I could talk about it.
Get on that podcast that we started yesterday.
Oh, yeah. No, that's an Eastern Conference
podcast.
This was
refuses
the
to acknowledge this trife.
Yeah. It was an incredible game.
We call it the Southwest Conference. I mean, it's Texas versus Oklahoma.
That's what John calls it. It was a great game. Victor Wembanyama.
I'm sure it was great.
It was amazing. I can't imagine liking basketball and not being like, I want to check out some of this game between the MVP, who looked like trash, and it was filled with defense. You know, everyone used to always say NBA, they don't play defense. Meanwhile,
was it filled with defense or just people missing shots?
No, it was filled with defense because
Nice.
these are the two best defenses in the NBA and the most impactful defensive player in the NBA.
Yours.
There you go. Wemby was ridiculous. It was so much fun. And then the shot that he hit, a 7'8" guy shouldn't be allowed to shoot threes like that. And yet he does. He's amazing, man. This is something else. He's 22. I don't know what this is going to turn into. I'm sure I was trying to enjoy it in the moment because tall guys usually get hurt. And so I hope that we get this for a long, long time. A long, long time. It was fun.
You'll get at least one more game of it.
No, we'll get at least 3 more games of it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. There will be game 2 and 3 and 4, and then maybe 5, 6, and 7.
Nice.
Maybe. I'm not surprised Nick didn't watch it. Nick hates basketball.
I don't hate it. I just have no interest in it.
Okay. That sounds kind of like
I had a new video game to play last night.
I'm not interested in the NBA.
I know. It's wild. Like, you love basketball. That was
I like
awesome.
college basketball.
No, you like the sport of basketball.
I like college basketball.
So you don't like the sport of basketball. You just like college basketball?
That is
the sport of basketball.
No.
That's just the college
basketball,
version of
it encompasses everything. College basketball is a subset of basketball. The NBA is another
so
subset.
using that logic, you're a huge high school football fan.
No, because that's not the best version. That's what I'm saying.
That's not what you were saying.
No,
you're just saying you don't love basketball because you don't love the NBA.
No. I said you don't love you said I love college basketball. You kept turning it that way.
Yeah.
I said you like basketball. You said I like college basketball.
I like college basketball.
So you only like college basketball. You don't like high school basketball.
Yeah, but you're saying I don't like basketball.
I just can't imagine the best version, not wanting to check out the best version of it. Last night of all nights, it was the best version of it.
You know, there are many people that enjoy football, but they only like the college version.
I know, and I think those people are idiots too. And I call them idiots all the time. And you agree with me when I call those people idiots.
I don't have a problem with people if they like a certain thing, but they don't like anything else. It's just not that exciting. That's all.
Yeah, sorry. I agree. Last night wasn't that
way
exciting.
way too damn many playoff teams.
Yeah, but now we're down to 4.
Yeah, finally.
We're down to 4. This is the time when
we
you should
have started
watch.
with this.
I'm so triggered. It was such a great game. It was so good. It was incredible.
Well, good. You can talk about it with Farron.
I need somebody in here that knows hoops that I can talk about this with. Give me anybody.
You don't watch the damn regular season.
I want to talk about last night's game, not the regular season. I want to talk about game 1 of the Western Finals.
Well, you just did.
Yeah, but I just talked to myself. I felt like Colin Cowherd. I need a host who can give me a couple takes. Like, yeah, what a play.
Yeah, those black jerseys look pretty good.
Black jerseys. What on
Weren't the
earth?
Spurs wearing black jerseys?
They were wearing black
well, there
jerseys.
You go.
He gave you what you wanted.
John says putting the NBA and fun in the same sentence makes my brain hurt. It was a great game.
It's not an NBA market.
I know.
We are not an NBA market here.
I know we're not. but I'm talking about you, not the listening audience. I'm talking about my.
Well, I'm
pal
part of the
John.
market. I'm part of the market.
Yeah, I guess this market sucks in this regard.
Wow.
It does in this
I
regard.
can't believe you're calling our market sucky.
In one regard, that you can't be like, yeah, it was a great
They
game.
don't like what I like. It sucks.
It was a great game.
I love our market.
People here supposedly love basketball. That was a great.
They love college basketball. Yes.
It was deep, like defense, athleticism, shot making, intensity, incredible home court.
Oh, in other
environment.
words, like a lot of March Madness games.
Yeah, but better because they're better. Like, yes, you're right. It was like all of those things.
better
but,
is all relative.
but better. No, more skilled. More skilled, more ability, taller. All of those things.
You're gonna scare Farron out of the green room if you.
No,
keep this
he's not. I see him. Thank you for nodding your head. In the
He's
green
not
room.
nodding with you.
He's nodding. I see him nodding.
There's no nodding.
That's
Prove
shaking.
it. Prove
That's
it that he's not
shaking
nodding.
his
Put him
head,
on the
Josh.
screen right now. I bet you won't. Sad Husker fan. Josh needs to move to Oklahoma City. Hell no, I don't like that damn team. I'm so happy the Spurs won last night.
See,
Screw
that's why
OKC.
you want to talk about it, because you wanted to poop on Oklahoma
It was
City.
a great game. I didn't poop on him until the end of this whole discussion.
If you move there, you finally have an excuse to wear your Husker basketball jersey.
I would love to go.
And visit a national landmark.
I would love to go to a weird place.
All right. Well, Farron will join us next,
Awesome.
and a lot of good facts and stuff, and
Maybe the Bears will come up.
maybe the Bears will
Maybe
come
Matt
up. Again,
McMaster will come up.
the Bears are starting to turn into the Cowboys. They're getting brought up too much on this show.
Interesting.
We're going to put the kibosh on this.
Hmm.
We'll be back. Happy Tuesday, everyone, on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just
Inning for the first time. Here's a fly ball, center field. It's hit well. Bolte is back near the wall. It's gone! Unbelievable! What a finish! Zach Neto says goodnight to the A's, and JT Ginn walks it off with a home run.
So that was last night. It was literally the difference between a no-hitter for JT Ginn and a walk-off loss, and it took about 6 pitches to go there last night. That's how quickly it turned. Adam Frazier broke up the no-no. 3 pitches later, Neto broke up everything, and the A's find a way to lose. Mike Farron joining us.
Oof.
Yeah. I mean, in the pantheon, and if you think about it, through the history of baseball, there have been some painful lost no-hitters and perfect games, going all the way back to Harvey Haddix, who had a perfect game into the 12th inning and lost that. We remember the unfortunate call at first base.
Armando
Galarraga. But man, this one kind of ranks up there because you literally go from hero to GOAT like that.
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching right before the home run, and Wayne Randazzo, my former intern who was on the call years and years ago at WGN, was my intern. Wayne's great. Was saying, like, the 9th inning starts, and JT Ginn is facing Adam Frazier, who is like one of the highest contact rates in the majors. He's like, that's the last guy you want to face to start an inning, right? Like, in that spot. And then he takes a 2-strike pitch and dumps it into left field. And 3 pitches later, Neto goes bridge, and like the whole place erupts. And so that was something. Like, that was an incredible victory. It was, I'm sure, a gut-wrenching loss for the A's, but they have to get up and do it again today. That's the beauty. Baseball players are unbelievably resilient. They're far more resilient than fans are. They're able to flush that and get back to work the next day, whereas I'm sure A's fans are going to be stinging from it, beyond game time and for longer if the A's don't win tonight. So,
well, where are the A's fans? I mean, they're not in Oakland.
Well, right now they're in West Sacramento, but they're migrating east.
The part, Farron, that I can't get over was like last night, for a mid-May sports night, had almost everything. You had an overtime hockey game, a double overtime NBA game, and it was like, just like, what do I watch now? And everyone was like, hey, by the way, there's this no-hitter going on in baseball. And so suddenly everybody who has MLB TV switched over and got to watch that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's you love it when you have nights like that, right? They're so rare. But if you're a fan of every sport, like it's great. I was watching that game as I was getting ready to go to bed in Charlotte, and just, it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a fun night. There were some really fun games yesterday too. The Yankees with a big comeback.
Oh
the
yeah,
Jays.
it was a great fun night.
The Mets putting up a 10 spot in the 10th. Like, when does that happen, right? And what happened to the Cubs? By the way, John, I'm curious what happened to them.
Well, it was pretty much this
they get
time.
brewered?
This is pretty much this time last year where the Cubs were leading the division. And then the Brewers started their little kick, and they took over first place, and they never let go. And lo and behold, it's happening again. I mean, it's incredible how this
taxes in the Milwaukee Brewers, right? Like it
is. Well, I mean, what do we make of the Brewers right now? Because they've had to overcome some injuries as well. Not nearly as many as the Cubs have had pitching wise, but they've got a couple of guys on the shelf.
Well, they're just deeper pitching wise. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing is that they're like their bigger issue has been that they've been banged up in the lineup. You know, they didn't have Churio for most of the season. They haven't had Yelich for most of it. They haven't had Vaughn. You know, like I mean, if you look at the arms, they've had Mizorowski, who's pitching tonight and has been his last couple of starts have been just unbelievable. We were talking to Chris Hook yesterday, the Brewers pitching coach, about it, and he's just like he is taking it to another level. He's starting to figure out how to pitch, and like it's really impressive what he's doing. So, you know, I think they have a lot of arm talent. I think they have a lot of depth, and I think that organization is really deep in quality position players too. It's just not guys that are quite ready for the big leagues yet, but I think it's going to continue to be. You know, they're going to continue to be a thorn in everybody's side in that division because I think they're really just a well-run organization that understands how to get cheap quality depth. They're cooking like the Rays cooked a decade plus ago, which makes sense because Matt Arnold was with Tampa Bay.
Speaking of Mizorowski, who, as you mentioned, starts tonight, his fastball average, ladies and gentlemen, is 99.6 miles an hour. So
I like that you didn't round up.
Fill in the blank. His fastball has a fever, and the only prescription is more
cowbell. I mean, he pitched in the 8th inning. I mean, he was going to start the 8th inning his last time out, and then he had a quad cramp or something like that. But like he's working deep into games. Yeah, he is must watch right now. Like his stuff is unbelievable. He's going to the top of the list of. You have to watch. And like, listen, I know that the last 10 games haven't been great for the Cubs, but like that's one of the best and deepest offenses and the toughest to navigate in the National League. So that's a fun matchup for me, is like watching that offense against a guy who is that talented.
It's gonna be a blast.
Josh, you'll
Mike,
enjoy. I'm sure you'll be
I had a question written down. Are you ready to deal with Emo John the rest of the season? I feel like we're already off to a nice start here on May 19th.
Well, I mean, I think that there's like I'm used to him riding the waves, the fluctuations of the Chicago National League ball club.
You got to ride the wave, baby.
I mean, I'm watching talk show hosts in Chicago lose their mind. It's May 19th and the team's in first place. Like, I don't. Like, what are we doing? Like, come on, this ain't football. It's Mike. The SEC-ification of all sports coverage.
Yeah,
SEC brain.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, there's certainly a lot of that too. Also, they're dealing with, and by the way, as we talked to Farron, who his side hustle. I mean, he's doing his side hustle this week. It's ESPN, but his side hustle is host of Big Bears Overreaction. Did you see this? The mayor of Arlington Heights said today, if the Bears choose Hammond, Indiana, they'll be choosing to play near hazardous waste.
He's not wrong. Like, technically, he's not wrong. So my grandfather owned a chain of musical instrument distributors for a long time in the Midwest. And he sold the name.
Ray's Music Exchange. The Blues Brothers were there.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. There's no action left in these keys. Excuse me. But no, so the last one that he actually owned, because he'd sold the name to most of it, was in Hammond, Indiana. And he used to commute from Lake Forest, Illinois, which is 35 miles north of Chicago, to Northwest Indiana every day. That's like a 70-mile round trip. So I spent some time in Hammond. I also worked in Northwest Indiana, and like, they're not entirely wrong in that I would say that it is an industrial area for the most part that is still transitioning into being more suburban. That's the way I would put it. But like, they're not going to leave Illinois. They're going to end up in Arlington Heights. They made progress on the other stuff. They own the land that used to be Arlington Racetrack. Like, they're like, this is.
Yeah, but it'd be just like the Bears to sublease that to build another a Subway and a Starbucks while they move to a toxic waste.
That would not be just like the Bears, because that would be actually probably a pretty good business decision to take the state's money in Indiana and then, try to profit off of that. That's not something the Bears have ever done particularly well.
Mike, you ready for this? McMaster said last week that he has now reached a point with this Bears season where if they don't win the Super Bowl, he will be disappointed.
Oh, good Lord.
So he's living in a very normal world right now.
Oh, boy.
Why?
Youth, am I right?
The ignorance of
young
youth.
again.
Oh, nice.
Goodness. Yeah, I got some. The quarterback might need to complete more than 60% of his passes for them to get there. So
Might need to indeed.
yeah, I wouldn't say I don't think that it's the perfect analog, but there were a lot of elements of last season that reminded me of the crazy Tebow year with the Broncos, right? Where like everything went right. And they had all these incredible comebacks and stuff like that, despite the fact that the quarterback's play overall wasn't really that great. I thought Williams got better as the year went on, for sure. I think that there's a higher ceiling for sure with Caleb Williams than there was with Tim Tebow. But yeah, they had the horseshoe shoved up their keister all of last year. So let's not. If they win 10 games, I'll be thrilled.
I'll always remember that last pass he threw last season. It was a good one. We've been talking about pitching injuries. The Dodgers are going through something right now. Blake Snell is going to have the same procedure that Scooble just had, cleaning up the elbow, getting some shrapnel out of there.
The nano needle.
The nano needle. And Tyler Glasnow, his back is flared up, so his throwing routine has been pushed back. So, as we look at the Dodgers, who right now are just kind of, they're just kind of sailing along right now. They're not great, but they're not terrible. Where does this leave the Dodgers pitching staff?
I think they got a really encouraging start out of Roki Sasaki this weekend. So I think they're, probably in better shape than you would think at this point. But, they're just not playing the same game that everybody else is. And that doesn't have to do with the finances. It does, I guess, to some degree, but they're trying to get everything set up for the postseason. And so, if a guy is going to be out for a week of the back injury, make it 3. There's no need for them to push it. It's tough enough to try and line up enough pitching to be healthy at the end of the year when you have a ton of injuries. And they were able to achieve that last year. They weren't the year before. Remember, it was the bullpen that really saved them. They didn't have, but Yamamoto was healthy. He was the only guy. So I think that they're going through what they normally go through, but I don't think it means anything for the division or for the postseason till we get there. They're beatable. I think the lineup is older and, Ohtani has not been off to a particularly good start offensively. And, they just got Mookie back. But there's some ways to pitch that lineup and that there haven't been with other Dodger teams. The bullpen, obviously, with the Diaz injury, and then I don't know what's going to happen with this link to the cockfighting ring in Puerto Rico, which I don't know if you guys saw that. That was an interesting story this last week where it was it wasn't even it was alleged. It's him in a Dodgers uniform advertising it. So, I don't know if there's anything that's going to come of that, but their bullpen, could be shaky or could be healthy. You don't know what you're going to get out of Blake Treinen or Tanner Scott, and you don't know if Blake Treinen's going to be healthy at the end of the year. So I think that they're in the same bit that they've paid a lot of money for a roster that is not a 110-win roster, as some people were predicting, is one that is going to be fighting probably with the Padres. And I would think to some degree the Diamondbacks, who have started to turn it up a little bit offensively here. They went through their first 40 games were against pretty good competition, and they came out of that 20-22, and now they're in a stretch of 13 straight against the Rockies and Giants. So I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see their record look a little bit better here. So I think that's going to be a Dodgers team that looks pretty similar to the last couple of years where they won the division, but they didn't win it handily.
Mike, moving over to the college ranks as the postseason begins. You're in Charlotte right now for the ACC tournament. We had you on 2 weeks ago, and that was following Nebraska getting swept, and you were like, hey, pump the brakes on them still not being able to host. So
yeah.
To take care of business.
You know how many times I've wanted to text you in the last 5 days about that?
Well, probably many times. It seems like, I don't know if lock is the word, but I'm guessing that you think that they're pretty close to that right now to get a chance to host next week.
I would say that they're in really good position, because the worst thing that's going to happen to them is that they go one and done in the Big Ten tournament, and they're going to lose to a decent RPI team, whoever ends up coming out. Unless you're going to be, who is it, Michigan State, the 12th team that comes out of that. I can't even remember how the bracket lines up. Hell, it takes an advanced degree to figure out how the Big Ten tournament works, right? The double elimination into the single elimination, but it's not really a double elimination, but it is kind of you got to win a couple games to get a chance. I think they're going to be fine. I think in the end, I think their hosting case is far better than USC's, who is ahead of them in the RPI. USC has one win against a quad one team this year. It was against Oregon last weekend where they won the opener and then lost the series. And so I think Nebraska's case is really, really good. I think here's one thing that I'm going to be a little bit surprised about. I know the projections right now have 3 Big Ten hosts. That feels heavy to me just from, you're talking about the number, 4 RPI conference. They have 3 hosts. Whereas the Big 12's ahead of them and they might get 1, or 2, depending on what happens with Kansas in the tournament. So I'm not sure that I necessarily buy that Oregon is going to be the last host, although I do think that's a team that's capable of making a run to Omaha. But I would feel pretty good about there being a home regional at Haymarket, and it's going to be really cool.
Yeah. Speaking of the college game, history was made today in the first game, in the first inning of the Southeastern Conference Tournament. Would you like to see how the first college challenge went? Here, courtesy of SEC Network. Here it is.
Percent of their runs via the long ball. They'll need to play small ball to find some offense. This will be an early challenge from Austin Foley.
And he's going to get that one right.
And our first challenge, home plate umpire is Jason Bradley. Give you a look. And it's a ball.
That's what you love about it. It looked good on
2 inches outside. And
what are you doing? First of all, why did it take so long?
I know.
See, I was looking. I think I timed it out at 15 seconds.
My goodness, that was like, we don't have bases to play issues enough. In a college baseball game, it is.
Exactly, because in the majors, what would you say is the average in terms of from the moment the hat is tapped
3-4 seconds?
Less than 10 seconds, right?
I mean, it's just long enough for the umpire to make the announcement, and then it happens on the screen, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I'm sure they're still working some bugs out. I mean, whoever could have seen this going poorly at a college tournament?
But the fact that the umpire wins the first challenge, even with a wider strike zone, because as you mentioned last week,
dominated it.
And it was 2 inches outside, and but like you said, they're using to the edge of the black. And they've extended the horizontal or the vertical strike zone about another, 4 or 5 inches, I think. I don't remember.
It's a percentage of the hitter is what it amounts to. But it's actually, my understanding is it's close to the rule book college strike zone is what it essentially is. So it's not, the biggest difference is it's not 3-dimensional, it's 2-dimensional. And one of the at the middle of home plate, and one of the reasons they did that is that when Major League Baseball was going through beta testing on it in the minor leagues and in the independent leagues, what they were finding is that there were pitches that clip the back part of the zone in 3 dimensions that nobody would ever call a strike, right? Or they were unhittable. And so that's why they went to the 2D zone. But I think it's, I'll be interested to see how it turns out. Obviously Major League Baseball has become very popular very quickly with fans. It's something that's really exciting. What was I watching the end of the game last night? The Padres Dodgers game, right? And there was a call in the 9th inning, and I think the Padres were able to flip it, and the place went nuts, and like that. That's really exciting. I'm curious to see how that does with the SEC, but I also would caution that this is not going to end up in college baseball as a whole anytime soon, because the cost of installing Hawkeye is crazy. Maybe it happens in Omaha before it happens over the course of the regular season, because you're just talking about one ballpark, but I'd rather they spend money on moving the fences in personally.
Mike, who's going to win the ACC tournament?
One of the ACC teams, Josh.
Interesting.
Who can do the most good for themselves?
That's a great question. I mean, I would have said NC State coming into today, but so here's the one team that I think nobody has talked about. I feel like I'm clickbait now, right? Who's the one team that nobody's talking about that really has a chance? So while they fell apart in the middle of the season, nobody noticed that Notre Dame put things back together at the end of the year, and they were finished 13-17 in league. The RPI is still high; it's 70, But the DSR, which the committee chair is all about, I mean, he mentioned it again on a Florida State broadcast over the weekend, how he pushed for it and how he wants people to look outside the RPI and use the eye test. And the DSR is actually in pretty good shape for Notre Dame. It's 43. And if they need to get the RPI number up, well, they're facing Clemson tonight, which is a chance to make it. I mean, Clemson, despite the fact that they got 20 league losses, has an RPI in the 40s. They're going to face, if they win that game, then they face Virginia Tech, who has a really good RPI. And so they would be able to pick up potentially, if they could win 2 or 3 games, we might start talking about them as a potential at-large candidate. So I would say that they're probably the ones that have the most to gain. They've been Wake Forest. If Wake can win a couple of games, they may end up hosting. But otherwise, it's a pretty uneventful ACC tournament. There's not that much at play at the ACC or the SEC tournament. It's like one bubble team in both spots, right? NC State and Kentucky. And there's just not a whole lot of intrigue. I think the Big Ten is the Power 4 one that has the most intrigue. That to me is really fascinating. I would say the Big 12 doesn't have a whole lot of intrigue either. Like, we know which 7 teams are going to get in the field. I guess TCU can play their way out, but it feels like those 3 are pretty well set. The Big 10, I think there's a lot of stuff that could happen there, and watch out for Iowa because they're playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, with the Big 10, you've got the potential of, if you're correct, and only 2 hosts get in. I mean, someone could play themselves into a third, whether it's, a Nebraska if they were be on the bubble, or probably more likely Oregon.
Oregon or USC. Yeah. USC would probably have to win the whole thing to get there.
And if you're Nebraska right now, I would say I would root against, you mentioned Wake. They're a team that hasn't really shown up on a lot of the potential hosting bubbles yet, but you're right. I mean, if they were to win this thing,
metrics are pretty good.
And the metrics are good. In fact, their DSR, I think, might be a little better than Nebraska's, or it's in the neighborhood.
14. It was 10 on Saturday, and then they blew 3-0 lead at Duke. That was a big, if they had won that game and then won one game here in Charlotte, I think we would have been talking about Wake on the host line.
And I would be rooting against Cincinnati too in the Big 12. Not that I think
Cincinnati's going to host. No.
If they win the tournament, maybe.
I don't think Cincinnati's going to host.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't think you have to. I think, it's more, I mean, not that you can root against them because their season's done, but like Oregon State and all that. But I think, to me right now, Nebraska's pretty safely in as a host. I think what are they, 18 in the RPI and 14 in the DSR coming into this, Northern teams.
Well, they're 10 in the RPI.
10 in the RPI.
And 18 in the DSR. So
yeah, they're going to be fine. I'm not really worried about them at this point. I think there's a pretty good chance. It's a good Nebraska team. It's a really good one.
Folks, stick a pin in this. This is the first time Farron has been definitive. It's not too soon to tell.
No longer too early.
Safe.
I feel like they are. I'm not on the committee, but I think that I think Nebraska's got their candidacy. They played a tough non-conference. They won games in the non-con. They had one bad weekend in league, and Ohio State. That's really what you need is Ohio State to keep winning, because that'll help your RPI because it's your opponent's record, right? And they went 18 and 12 in league. Yeah, that's fine.
Winning until Friday because they could.
I think if you lost a 4th time to Ohio State, that would be a little too much. But certainly them playing well has helped. And listen, the bubble is pretty soft this year. But Michigan getting swept by Ohio State, that's going to be way worse for them than Nebraska getting swept by Ohio State was.
All right. Well, there he is. Farron will be on the ACC.
Just because it's Ohio State.
Yeah. Farron will be on the ACC network this week.
After midnight tonight. Let's get weird.
Late night baseball in the ACC.
And the best part is, what the late game is, right?
No.
It's Pitt and Louisville. 2 of the top 20 offenses in the country.
Oh, so in other words, this could end up 13-11.
The old saying, pack a lunch? You might want to pack 2 for this one.
Or an early breakfast. Either way. All right. Well, good luck.
Yeah, well, we're all counting on us.
Yes, we are. All right. There's Mike Farron. He'll be on the call for the ACC Network. And, of course, he is with SiriusXM MLB Radio. We'll be back and have more of the Grum right after this on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, and if you haven't done so already, download the all-new 1620 the app. Yes, it's brand new. It's going to be a better version of the old app. Wow.
But if you get in now, you can tell everybody, "Oh, I was on the app before this other
I
stuff was
downloaded
added."
the app before it was better.
Yeah, I'm a
that's
true dedicated
Early
listener.
adopter.
Early
Oh,
adopter.
That's not good.
Why is it not early? Why is it not good? You don't want to be an early adopter?
Yeah, you can be a hipster about the 1620 the app. People love that.
I'm sure that'll win you a lot of points at a party.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. You're really cool.
It is anonymous coach speak season.
God, I love this time of
boy.
year.
Yeah, this is where Athlon's college football publication goes around the various conferences and asks coaches of other teams in the conference to dish on their rivals.
Our old friend of the Grum, Stephen Godfrey, was the person who shepherded this for years. I don't know if he still does this, but essentially, as he tells it, each of these quotes is kind of an amalgamation of multiple coaches. So this is not three separate coaches. It is a hodgepodge of coaches, and he essentially will combine thoughts and sentences into one paragraph from separate coaches if it kind of fits in with whatever they're talking about. So, for example, as we get into the first one, which is the one that has been making the most waves, mainly because it is kind of laughable, I think, to some. Is it one person saying these things, or is it two or three people that is saying these types of things?
They're in a ton of denial with the quarterback situation. Anonymous coaches say of Nebraska, Dylan Raiola is as good as they get as a player and as a person. Losing him, I thought he was their last hope. He was the pin that was holding that thing together. One thing you learn about coaches are just because they're in the industry doesn't mean they necessarily think at a higher level than the rank and file. I mean, about the game itself, knowing the X's and O's, those types of things, of course, they know more than the rank and file. But when it comes to actually just what they observe from afar and their opinions are very similar to, well, what maybe a fan of their own team would say.
Yeah, like, honestly, Dylan is as good of a player as they will get. I thought he was their last hope.
And as good as a person?
Well, I that's why I avoided that. I wanted to put that aside. Those other two, it makes sense if you're on the outside, right? Like, they're not going to be able to recruit a five-star quarterback ever again.
Right.
He was their last hope. Like, I think people probably said something similar a couple years ago, like, man, they better take advantage of this. They're never going to get something like this again.
Sure.
But he was as good of a person. Not to say he's a bad guy. I don't think he is a bad guy. I also never heard anyone say, yeah, and he's like the best teammate too. It just seems like, I mean, honestly, a lot of the stuff negatively about him was his dad. Less so him.
Well, maybe this anonymous coach was an
dad?
Oregon guy.
That would make the most sense.
That would make all the sense in the world because now Dylan is their guy.
And you know what? There are people who think, to go to the last sentence of that, he was the pin that was holding that thing together. I have heard that opinion numerous times from, again, national people that are watching real far away, and they're like, he was the only reason that they were what they were. Again, a very kind of casual view of Nebraska football.
Okay.
I heard that after he left last year, like, well, now they're going to stink because they don't have Dylan Raiola anymore.
No more bowl games.
Yeah. And it was like, I don't really think
I think a lot of that is just, well, it's recruiting ranking pilled.
Absolutely.
It's 2 5-star pilled for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they actually watch the games, now Dylan was not a disaster, but he also wasn't a difference maker. Well, he was a difference maker in the sense that Nebraska probably would have won at least one more game down the stretch if they'd have had him versus not having them.
And you're talking
but
about
in terms of being a 5-star difference maker, he hadn't shown that yet.
He was not that.
He was just a guy with an astronomy hobby.
The second quote, anonymously, of course. I don't imagine they're going to do anything special. I think 5 wins, maybe 6. If they'd hit 7, I'd be shocked.
That was not me, I promise. I'm not a coach.
Again, these folks kind of think a lot along the lines of a lot of other people.
I was going to say that's the more pessimistic viewpoint that you'll hear about Nebraska football right now, but that fits in with a lot of what we've heard this summer. Or off season, rather.
Sure.
It's not summer yet.
The final one, Matt Rule has some great aspects. He can make you run through a wall, but there's just always so much turnover with his staff. I know that it's a tough environment for those coaches to be in. Rule makes it like that on purpose because he doesn't want you to get comfortable. I don't want to say his model isn't going to work, but I don't know.
He is. I mean, we've talked about that before. He is tough on his coaches for sure. They all work very, very hard. He works them very, very hard. That's why he hires. It's a lot of young guys.
Well, and they have gone through a lot of assistants in 3 years.
They very much have coordinators at all spots.
Yeah, all the coordinators have been changed out.
They've had the same running backs coach. They've had the same quarterbacks coach, right? Has Glenn Thomas been there since day one?
Yes, Glenn Thomas, E.J. Barthel, Marcus Satterfield, though he got demoted,
changed roles,
and Rob Dvorak, right?
Those are the only ones.
Those are the only holdovers from the original staff.
And then what? All but one of them are in the exact same spot.
Yes,
Satterfield's the only one who's changed. Otherwise, that's a lot.
And Satterfield, he was the tight ends coach, and no,
not originally. Remember?
No, that's right. Well, he's coordinator and quarterbacks coach. No, he wasn't quarterbacks coach.
He was coordinator.
He was coordinator, but I thought he
then he started coaching.
I thought
tight
he
ends
handled the tight ends
after
too.
What's his name? Got a DUI. I can't even remember his name because he was here for like months.
Yeah,
the Texas coach, the high school coach.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
forgetting his name now.
Seriously, he wasn't even here until game 1. He was out pretty fast.
So there's a little bit in there that's like, and there's some of it that might actually be true.
Sure. Bingo.
Yeah.
Honestly,
that's kind of how I read it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Nothing too special. I mean, again, the thing that I took away was like, really? Dylan was like great person? Now, again, not that he's a bad guy, but I never heard anyone like, yeah, he's just a really great guy. He's a perfect human being.
He's the saint.
They're going to miss him as a person. No one has said that except for this random coach.
Well, again, random coach may have been an Oregon Duck.
Perhaps. Maybe it was Dan Lanning.
Coming up, we'll talk with Michael Bruntz.
Awesome.
As Nebraska's got a few days off before they begin play in the Big Ten tournament. Meanwhile, the Big Ten tournament is already underway.
By the way, I got a message. Glenn Thomas joined year 2, right? Satterfield was the quarterback's coach at first.
Oh,
is that true? I thought for some reason Glenn Thomas was on the first.
No,
half.
that's right. Yes, Thomas did come in after.
Okay, so that means Barthel and Dvorak are the only two that are in the exact same spots that they were
Correct.
on day 1.
Correct.
Interesting.
Friends, if you would like to, I mean, I know last night's game kind of put a lot of people to sleep. You probably need something to make the NBA more exciting.
Definitely.
You could be playing Underdog Fantasy. You could have had the higher on Wemby points. You would have been in pretty good shape.
Oh, yeah.
Well, tonight in the Superior Conference, the conference that really everyone is waiting for, the East, we get game 1 between the Knicks and Cleveland. I've got Jalen Brunson higher than 34.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. Donovan Mitchell higher than 24.5 points. And Big Game Harden lower than 26.5 points plus assists. There's a lot of different options on a variety of different players, different games, different leagues, and you can play it right here in Nebraska.
You can, John, play it right here in Nebraska. Use our promo code 1620TheZone at sign up, all one word, and you can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5, and you can enjoy the East tonight, the West tomorrow, and so on as the playoffs roll towards an end. Again, promo code 1620TheZone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncbgambling.org.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Who joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline? Brunts, good afternoon.
How's it going?
Great.
Good. Are you trying to take in as much Big Ten baseball as you can before Friday, or are you going to say, I'll just wait till Nebraska plays on Friday?
Little early for Big Ten baseball.
Yeah.
I'll start maybe getting into it a little bit on Thursday. But I don't need to tire myself out right now. I'm it's a long week.
Yeah, you don't want to burn yourself out on something that's so hot.
Yeah.
Well, plus it's cold outside.
No, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you had what time did that Purdue-Michigan State game start this morning? It was like 6 a.m. Were they out there at dawn?
I think it was, like the Stibbs did a special edition of the Happer and Schaefer theme song, but it was for the Big Ten baseball turn.
Oh.
You're up and it's still dark. I think that's how they began the broadcast on BTN this morning. Pretty cool.
Got it. Yeah. No, it was that was good to get baseball done before 7 a.m.
Brunts, do you think that you're going to be making a trek to the ballpark on Sunday afternoon for a little Nebraska UCLA for all the marbles?
Yeah, maybe. I've got the schedule open for it.
Nice.
Is UCLA going to be there? We sure?
Oh,
whoa!
Who are they going to lose to?
Just saying. I mean,
wow.
It's weird. They've lost here before.
People forget. That's true.
Lost last year in the College World Series.
I'm keeping Sunday open. I mean,
Okay.
I think there's a route there for Nebraska, and it is interesting. You know, it's a different format now. You get to line up your pitching a lot better, and you know, I think Nebraska's okay in a three game series setup, which is essentially what this is. Obviously, with multiple opponents, but yeah, I mean, I think Nebraska's got the offense in a format like this where they can stand in there and slug with if it's Oregon or they get UCLA on Sunday. I mean, I think the X factor is going to be if you get to Saturday and Sunday. I mean, what are those crowds going to look like? Like I think that could be the ultimate kind of field flattener for the Huskers if they get that far.
Well, knowing that it is a 3-game sprint for Nebraska, how do you see the Huskers setting up their pitching staff this weekend?
I don't think they'll change much from what they've done. I mean, I think, you know, you kind of play the game in front of you. I mean, for Nebraska, you know, in addition to just winning the tournament, I mean, you have the potential host conversation that's coming along with it. I mean, I think if you get to Saturday, you have to feel reasonably good about Nebraska's chances to host. So, you know, I think you go Yas on Friday against whomever it is. You have to feel pretty good about Ty Horn on Saturday with the way he's pitched recently. And then, you know, you piece it together with either Blackowitz or Katsky and whatever's left in the bullpen on Sunday in the championship game if you have to. So, you know, the other thing too, you know, you don't want to start screwing around with things too much because you also have to have guys on, you know, kind of normal rest as much as you can for, you know, what comes after the Big Ten tournament. So, you know, I think that's also a factor, but I mean, I don't think you save guys. Like, I think this is a format where you win the game in front of you, and then move on to the next one if you're able to do that.
Brunts, the mental toughness of this team, like I wonder how much now as they get to this point, how much of a key is it for their continued success in the postseason? Like what they did on Friday, especially in a season full of wild comebacks. You know, I think of the USC game in particular over the last month and change. What they did on Friday is going to be the thing that probably sticks with me more than anything. And so as you start projecting them, whether it's this week or certainly next week and beyond, that, like, when you're talking about strengths that they come into these series with, that's got to be the first or second thing that you think of at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what it is, you know, obviously it's it's a group that's comfortable in late inning situations. They've shown that they're going to play down to the last strike and the last out, and they've done that, a number of times this year, like you said. And the difference is they also have an offense that can kind of kick to life in a hurry. Like, this is not you go back to last year's team. I mean, that was not a group where if you were down 3 or 4 going into the late innings that you felt a ton of confidence they were going to be able to kind of slug their way out of it. And, it's the late inning, comfort that I think this team has. They compete really hard. And I mean, even if you kind of look within games with the way that this offense has performed this season, they've always been able to answer really, really well and like immediately. Like it's if they give up a 4 spot or something like that, they've been really good about coming back with runs in the next half inning and kind of not allowing teams to seize the momentum for long periods of time. And the only outlier where that's kind of happened was that Ohio State weekend, and it was basically the whole weekend. I mean, they just never really kind of got anything positive in their dugout. So, it's a group too where you've got a number of guys on that roster that have won Big Ten tournaments on that field back-to-back years, and they've done it in very different ways as well. So I think there's a lot of comfort in this situation. And, I think of the comebacks that they've made this year, I mean, that Minnesota one was probably the most improbable given, how that played out and everything else. But definitely a team that's, kind of started to compete and has competed for a long time this season, similar to how that group in 21 did. And that's, those types of teams, when you get into the postseason, can be kind of dangerous when things get tense, and you kind of have to find that route to a win sometimes if it's unconventional.
Is there a team out of that pod that they probably would rather not see, or are they really in that spot where it's like it really doesn't matter who we play?
Well, I think it's just the format, like whoever Nebraska gets, I mean, is going to be you're either going to be facing like a bullpen situation by that point, or coming back to a guy that has pitched earlier in the week. And I think that's maybe, I mean, that was the design that the coaches wanted, was they wanted to protect the higher seeds in the tournament. And I don't think Nebraska is going to be overlooking anybody. Certainly with the way that Ohio State, knocked them around in Columbus, I think that uniform across the diamond would certainly get Nebraska's attention. They had a pretty hard-fought series with Michigan earlier this year as well, and Washington played UCLA really tough in the final weekend of the regular season. So I don't think that this is a team that's going to just expect to roll over an opponent and who they see first out of the gates on Friday. And I think the format really is a huge advantage for these teams that don't have to play until Friday and can line things up. And then, by the time you reach that point, if you've been playing since Tuesday, that's just a tough spot to be in as a team that's kind of playing for their lives.
Brunts, next time we talk to you, we will know the fate of Nebraska in the postseason, whether they're hosting or not, and who they're playing. What type of teams are you looking for when the bracket comes out on Monday, in terms of like, ooh, that type of team, or maybe a specific team that's not the matchup that they were hoping for, and maybe one or two that you're like, yeah, that's what they are hoping for. Again, like a realistic 2 seed if they are hosting that they could play in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and I think the hosting discussion is very much like, the home field advantage is huge. I think you saw in that USC series at Haymarket Park where a team that's pretty darn good, I think, a top 10 RPI team that really had trouble with the atmosphere at Haymarket Park. And when you kind of start looking at these projections, kind of take note, I think, of, what teams have played in front of big crowds before and are comfortable, or maybe not, in those kinds of situations. I mean, an SEC team, if they come up to Lincoln, for example, as a 2 seed, is probably going to be a little bit more comfortable, I think, than if you host a Big 12 team like a Cincinnati or somebody like that maybe hasn't seen that type of crowd more regularly. I mean, I think that's a big factor. I do kind of wonder. I think this Nebraska team's a little bit more equipped than maybe some past teams to get into a slugfest with a 2 seed if they have to and win a game, 12-10 or something like that. So I think the thing that's kind of been true about this Nebraska team this year is they've won games in a lot of different ways. And so, a matchup, stylistically that they're going to see, I mean, I think they can kind of hang in there with a variety of teams, whereas I maybe wouldn't have said that over the last couple of years if they would have been in a position to host.
And you get to write about all the angry fans who won't get access to tickets. It's
Bruns.
baseball's turn now.
Let's go
for all of this nonsense.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. I would imagine it would be a little bit louder than maybe what we heard from the other ball bat sport across the sidewalk there.
Across the sidewalk.
And by the way, speaking of that, how about how Wild Friday could be with the Supers going on? It's the same time, isn't it, Brunts, that Nebraska softball and Nebraska baseball are playing there? Quite a bit of overlap in terms of the actual time.
There would be some overlap.
So, people deciding, do they give up the tickets there and come here or whatever happens?
And I wonder about the parking too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could be quite.
Because they don't, correct me if I'm wrong. I know they have had simultaneous baseball and softball games going on over there, but it's only been regular season, obviously.
Well, there won't be any of that in Lincoln. I'm talking about like there will be a game in Lincoln and a game in Omaha.
Oh, that's right. Duh. I'm thinking ahead.
Yeah.
I'm already thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I still got to think about the parking.
Yeah. Well,
there are still people trying to get out of that parking lot from the 2008 NCAA regional.
I think Bruns just got home.
Yeah, I just got home from the Iowa series, guys. It was good to see the kids again.
All right. Well, Brunsy, enjoy the Big Ten baseball of it all, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yep, sounds good. Talk then.
Bye, Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Yeah, I'm getting my dates all.
Yeah, my bad. I probably asked
all,
in a weird
all
way.
my dates confused.
But yeah, there will be a game going on at Bowlin at the same time Nebraska baseball will be playing here.
Yeah.
And so it's just more.
It just depends on how many of those football usurpers,
bingo,
stole all the tickets. By the way, I have not looked.
I saw Fight tweeted out the other day when the tickets were the same thing, of course, happened. And here we are.
Let's see. I got it now. Nebraska Cornhusker softball. Let's check the old Seat Geek. Super regional tickets. All session. No listings. Game 1.
And what are you looking at, SeatGeek?
Yes. It's the official.
Now people are afraid to
the,
sell. They're like, I ain't selling.
Of the Huskers.
I don't want to get in trouble like last time.
I could get 2 tickets in general admission for $137. There's not many.
Are there any tickets that go for $800?
$800.
Nice.
I can get 1 ticket for $148.
800. Oh, that's not 800.
That's just for game 1. So yes, they've limited the resale stuff.
Host.
Hey, Daddy.
What?
I have no idea what's going on.
Me
over
neither,
here.
John, but we're laughing.
All right, coming up next, Josh did some research, and I want to revisit the idea of Nebraska and the money and achieving.
Okay.
Because I think there's something that's being forgotten in all of this.
Okay.
As we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Vandy's coming back.
No, they're not. Don't you do
Stop.
that.
Stop
I was doing
that.
something on my computer, and then John started doing that during the break.
Yeah,
and
you went all glassy-eyed.
Yeah.
4-3
Tell me about
Kentucky.
the war, Josh.
I have done zero prep for Vanderbilt so far. I do not want to have to do any prep for, well,
What
I'm
prep
guessing
have you
haven't
done for
it.
any baseball
Yeah.
teams?
I've done it for like 12 teams so far.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
Well, you idiot. Why are you doing Bowling Green and
I'm not
Kent
doing
State
Bowling Green. I went D1 baseball top 25, and I'm going down the top 25.
Good for you.
Yep.
Well, Josh, in the middle of all that World Series prep,
Yeah.
he's also, because it's been a couple of weeks since this program randomly pissed off Nebraska fans, either through their misinterpretation
Arbitrary.
or our arbitrary choice of numbers.
We need to get Stibbs back in here, and him and Nick and me can all just yell arbitrary into the microphone, and then that can get turned into a drop.
Nice.
I guess you could do it literally with our little twosome right there.
So you actually started this little project last night as we were leaving the air.
Yeah, and then I ended up using commercial breaks during the incredible basketball game, wowzers, to finish this whole thing last night. I put a reminder into my calendar for this morning, and I got it done last night. Okay, so arbitrary. This is not arbitrary. Famously, John, Nebraska.
Famously not arbitrary.
This is not arbitrary. Nebraska's last win over a ranked team is
Oregon 2016.
now, and the arbitrary part of, I guess, this is that rankings are arbitrary. Yes, settle down, everybody. And so one of the things, though, that I was thinking, because the last graphic that's taken the fan base by storm is the if the college football playoff had always been 24 teams since 2014, here are the schools that would have made it. And Nebraska famously would not have made it any times. And it was like, wow.
Since the playoff began in 2014.
Yes. And so I thought, okay, when's the last time that they finished a season ranked in the top 25? And the answer to that question, honestly, surprisingly, is 2012. I said that to you yesterday during a break, and you were like, really? Not 2013? Not 2014? Not Mike Riley's 2016 season? No, those seasons
They
ended.
made such a great impression in those last two games that they just
they
punted their ass out.
The seasons ended either with bowl losses, 2014 and 2016. The 2013 team was never really that good after Taylor Martinez got hurt, and so those teams didn't finish ranked. And so since 2012, I wanted to see how many teams have finished the season ranked. When is the last time any team has had their last season or their last rank? So like Air Force, for example, they have finished ranked one time since Nebraska's last top 25 finish to end a year. That was 2019. They were 22nd in the final AP poll. And so I did this for all. Now, this does not count the new school, so it was all 135 schools. And so I went season by season, the final AP poll, to see who are Nebraska's, I guess, contemporaries in a bad way, and who are their non-contemporaries also in a bad way, because they're not a part of that club, right? And so where should we start? Should we start with the other schools, other power schools, who have not finished the season ranked?
Sure.
Okay. There are only 6 Power 4 schools who have not finished a season ranked in the top 25. One of them, of course, is Nebraska. Again, this is since the 2013 season.
Since 2013.
Boston College, I don't believe it. They are one of them out of the ACC. The Cal Golden Bears out of the ACC.
ACC, famously.
Mainly out of the Pac-12, but now out of the ACC. Maryland, one of their Big Ten contemporaries. Not a surprise. Maryland starts good, and then they finish terribly every single year. Purdue, also
Purdue.
out of the Big Ten. It's too bad for them because in 2022, they represented the Big Ten West in the Big Ten championship.
That's
game.
right. People forget that.
Well,
that was the year that everyone said we can't have these damn divisions anymore.
Yeah.
They're ruining the game.
Say, remember the Big Ten West?
So honestly, I'm surprised by this, John. They were never ranked that year. They never had a ranking in the top 25, and so of course that
was a famously bad division.
They sucked. Rutgers, another Big Ten
great.
team, and Nebraska, and so that is 6 Power 4 teams amongst the many.
So
many
there's been
Power
only 6 Power 4 teams since 2013 to not finish a year ranked in the AP top 25.
That would be correct, John. That would be correct.
How many total teams out of the total number of 135 have finished a season ranked?
87. 87.
So that means that Nebraska is one of the 48.
One of the 48, the original 48 states. Schools that have finished seasons ranked that would maybe make somebody depressed. Let's see. Well, this is a power team, Arkansas. They've been pretty terrible. Arkansas finished 2021 ranked 21. You know, whenever we talk about the dregs of the sport right now in the power leagues, we often talk about Mississippi State. Mississippi State has finished ranked 3 times in this stretch. Most recently, 4 years ago in 2022, which I had no recollection of. I thought that they'd been terrible for almost a decade. They have finished ranked multiple times. Some G5 teams that have finished ranked. Of course, we've talked about them a few times this offseason because of the changes that they were undergoing. North Texas, they finished ranked 24th last year. John, San Jose State has finished a season in the top 25. When I think of San Jose State football, I think of trying to stay awake in bed watching an FS1 game at 1 a.m. and San Jose State is always on my TV. They always play in the last game of the day. They have finished a season ranked inside of the top 25. Tulsa has finished a season ranked in the top 25 more recently. Louisiana Lafayette has had 2 seasons in the top 25.
My goodness.
Back-to-back years, both of them in the top 20. And here's one more, just as I scroll down on my graphic. Utah State has finished 2 seasons ranked inside of the top 25.
That's incredible.
At the end of the year. Most recently in 2021.
And this is the top 25, kids.
This is the top 25. I mean, I didn't break it out much more. I want to do some more stuff with this, but I was surprised by the number of teams that have finished inside of the top 10. Because if you want to be the arbitrary police, you know, top 20, arbitrary, top 25, you're like, top 25. Okay, top 10, that probably means a little bit more, right? There are a lot of teams that have finished in the top 10 that, again, as I would type 10 in on my graphic, very much surprised me. Very much surprised me. Also, one quick aside. The fall off for Clemson football was so noticeable because they finished between 15 and 20, 2-1, 4-1, 2-2, and then 14, 13, 20, 14, and unranked. I mean, it was just absolutely fell off a cliff.
Well, we have been conversing a lot about the money conversation. Matt Rule, what he has said recently about, continually pursuing the almighty dollar because you don't want to fall further and further behind the Ohio States and the Oregons of the world. And while I think multiple things can be true, you don't want to fall further behind your leaders, but you also need to do more with what you've already got. And Nebraska does have, compared to the rest of the sport, including a lot of the teams that showed up on Josh's list.
Yeah.
Nebraska's got a lot better resources than a lot of those schools.
Kentucky has finished inside of the top 25 2 times in this stretch. Kentucky.
And while a lot of folks are going to say, well, yeah, you gotta raise that money. You can't expect national championship level success without national championship money. And that is true. But it is ignoring a basic fundamental fact that has been the heart of Nebraska football for time immemorial. And that is Nebraska is the greatest overachieving college football program of all time. It is irrefutable in my view that there is no greater historically overachieving program than Nebraska. And why? Well, it's the numbers I've been following and I've charted for years. And that is nobody has won more national titles in the money sports, football and basketball, that has come from a smaller state than Nebraska. This list right here, these are the 8 men's basketball or football programs to come from the smallest states since the AP started ranking teams in the 30s and the men's basketball tournament began in 1939.
Is this Scott Frost erasure? He won one in 1997, you know.
Notice I said Associated Press.
Oh, that was a coach's national championship.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, that was a coach's national championship. But yeah, if you want
Wow.
to, if you want to throw in, Nebraska's co-title and
I'm sure it wouldn't change too
90,
much about it.
No,
but yeah,
it'd be 9 of these teams because they would fit in with the 94 and 95 squads. Wyoming basketball in 1940 won the NCAA tournament.
See, and that's the thing, right? That is 86 years ago.
Correct. When the tournament wasn't, it was only 8 teams.
The next team, Utah basketball,
1941, the very next year.
85 years ago.
Yeah.
At least BYU and UNLV are within the last 40 some odd years.
Yeah, UNLV won the 90 title back when Nevada was only the 39th largest
What are they
state.
now?
I don't know. Google 2025 Nevada population. I'm guessing should be bigger than Nebraska by now.
31st.
31st, so it is. It's bigger than Nebraska now. And then BYU in 1984.
Which, admittedly, strange year.
Strange year.
Everybody would agree, a weird year.
But Nebraska's back-to-back titles in 94 and 95. Nebraska was the 36th largest state.
Mm-hmm.
When they won back-to-back in 70 and 71, Nebraska was the 34th largest state. They are the only, on my entire list, and I've looked at all the basketball titleists and all the football titleists. The next nearest,
I was going to ask, who is
the
it?
next nearest football program to have multiple national titles to come from a quote unquote
state or the school? Is it the same school?
Well, what do you mean?
Sorry, what I was asking is there like 2 titles from the same state but from different schools? It's a
no.
Titles from one school.
I'm talking about the same program, either football or men's basketball, to have multiple national titles.
And who is it?
It's Oklahoma, 27th.
Whoa! So pretty much,
Oklahoma is the 27th largest state, or at least they were when OU won their recognized national titles. That's the closest.
And that's quite the jump.
To Nebraska. And Oklahoma has historically been about 2 to 2.5 times the population of the state of Nebraska. And then the other part, looking at all-time wins, and this is just a simple math formula, where you take the total number of wins, you take the state's population divided by the total number of football wins. So you're looking at how many persons per win.
I love it. It's such a weird stat, but
it's a weird stat,
helps
but
explain.
But it explains the situation. So Michigan has 1,022 wins. The state of Michigan, that's 9,860 people per win. Ohio State, almost 12,000 people per win. Texas, 30,000 people per win. USC, state of California, 44,000 people per win.
And what that does is, of course, it helps explain, no wonder that they were really good. Or Georgia with basically 12,000 people per win with such a large population base.
Nebraska,
no wonder they had so much success.
Nebraska, 8th all-time winningest program, 931 wins.
Wow.
2,107 people per win. Now, that's based on the most recent census, 2020. But the point is just to show you where the resources come from. Now, I know Texas has multiple Division I programs. California has multiple Division I programs.
Hell, even Oklahoma. Every school on this list, right, comes from a state with multiple Division I programs.
Correct.
Every school, every state.
But these are the preeminent programs in those states.
Yeah.
It just shows you, and that's just the population that they draw from. We're not even talking about alumni base, donors, all of those other things. But this is when I say things like Nebraska is the most overachieving college football program in history. This is what I mean, because they don't really belong on a list with the Texases and the Penn States and the Michigans and the Ohio States, the states that are always mentioned on election night as being important states to win.
Yeah, we with our how many electoral votes?
5
Five
electoral votes.
Yeah, I mean that's the stuff that we're talking about here.
And so going back to the original premise, this is why, and I thought Michael put it pretty well. It can be true that Nebraska needs more money if they want to compete with the Ohio States and the Oregons of the world, but some things are better left unsaid. Because you need to be able to do more with what you have, because Nebraska always has done more with what they have. It's history. They've always had to do more. Nebraska's never been a large state, population-wise, ever. And in fact, the margins are only getting smaller. The gap between the Nebraskas and the Californias and the Ohios and the Michigans is only getting wider. It's not getting smaller.
Yeah, as the population bases in this country change, from the Rust Belt into the Sun Belt, like we have never had like this influx.
Right.
We will never have, again, as we talked about yesterday, barring something totally unforeseen in terms of population centers, we're going to be like this forever.
Yeah.
We will always be on the low end of this. Does doing something like this make you pause and say, we expect too much? Does seeing it like this? And Oscar says this is one of the most out of left field stats that this show has ever discussed, which is true. I love it. I think it's very interesting, and it
out of left field. But again, it's proving a point of where Nebraska is
or has been.
Has been.
And does it ever cause you to say, maybe we need to?
Well,
reevaluate?
I do believe the last 25 years or so, at least from an historical perspective, pulling back and looking at the sport historically, I do sense that there is a bit of a regression to the mean happening here. That Nebraska, because they have historically overachieved, probably and certainly achieved at a level higher than they should have, given their resources and their population, that now we're kind of seeing the course correction.
Well, yeah, and as we always talk about, they've gone past where they should be into a lower level. And so if you take the last 50 years, they had an incredible 30, a pretty solid 10, and now like a god-awful 10. And in the end, they're kind of, they're not a top 10 program, obviously, anymore. But I certainly think that they can be a top 25 program still.
Right.
I still think that they can
absolutely.
Do that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is not to say lose all hope, Nebraska's, but the point is, if Nebraska is going to achieve and continue to deserve a place on this list of the all-time college football wins, and by the way, I mean, I did take out the Ivy League schools. This is just, power conference team. So like there's Yale's and Harvard's, they're in there.
Shaming the Smarties.
I'm not shaming them. It's just
get out of here, nerds.
They don't compete at the same level, obviously, as these as these teams do. But if Nebraska is going to continue to earn a place on lists like this, they're going to have to overachieve.
Yeah.
Because historically, that's what they have always done.
Yeah. This place used to take great pride in the overachieving.
They certainly did.
Kenny writes in Equitable Bank Inbox, wouldn't you have to consider Kansas basketball an overachiever, small state and 2 power conference basketball teams? Yeah, where would they fit in?
Yes,
on that?
Kansas, their last 2 national titles, they were numbers 32 and 34. So they were pretty close to Nebraska. Pretty close to Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of so you could make an argument that Kansas basketball is as close to Nebraska football as anyone in terms of overachieving based on what your state's population is.
I mean, like if you get yourself kind of away from the moment, your fandom of Nebraska or your knowledge of Kansas basketball, I think that you can ask a similar question about both programs. And that is, how have they ever been able to achieve to the level that they have, given the population bases that both of them have? And the answer is always a want to. The fans demand that they do that. And, basketball, of course, is such a unique sport in that you get one really good player and it's going to change your fortunes. You get 2 or 3 and eventually just kind of builds on itself. And Kansas has not had the bad coaches. I mean, since I've been alive, they've had 2 coaches. Right? They had Roy Williams in 1988. I was born in September, and that was his first season after they had won the title, right? Because Larry Brown left after he won the title in 88, Danny and the Miracles. So they had Roy Williams, and then they've had Bill Self. Think about that. Since I've been alive, and I am nearing 40 years in 2.5, they've had 2 guys at the helm. And that
is incredible.
That's going to do wonders for
That
them.
is going to do wonders.
They've
Absolutely,
had 2
that's going to do
Hall-of-Famers.
wonders.
Is there a regression to the mean coming with Kansas? I think it's certainly feasible. It's absolutely possible. But if they get another great coach, then the answer will be no.
Right.
That North Carolina has had those way more than any of the other blue bloods, kind of modern college basketball blue
And
bloods.
of course, with basketball, you're just talking about, fielding a 15-man roster.
Bingo. Again, it's much easier.
It's a little bit easier, like, for example, Connecticut. Obviously, Connecticut, they are certainly a modern blue blood if there ever was one in college basketball. The Huskies, just bringing up my chart here, so I apologize. I didn't have it ready to go. The Huskies, as they won the national title, Connecticut is the 29th most populous state. Still bigger than Nebraska.
Definitely. And then when you consider the region they're in too, there's like a bunch of tiny states, and so it's not like.
But when you look
there's
at
still people up there,
when you look at the list of champions, there's not many that come from states lower than 30th in the state rank of population.
Again, Kansas recently.
Kansas is the most recent one. They're the only one. You got to go back to Arkansas in 94.
In basketball,
33rd.
Has there been any football titles of teams in the 30s since Nebraska won it in 94, 95, and 97? Obviously,
Then BYU is the only other one.
That's nuts.
BYU is the only other one of states ranked in the 30s in terms of U.S. population. Wow. So, I'm not going to say it's not wrong to want to earn and get more money so that you can compete with the Ohio States, but doggone it, you have to overachieve here. You just do.
Yeah.
They always have. And this is not just a Tom Osborne, Bob Devaney thing. This is a Jumbo Steam, DX Bible, Potsy Clark.
Are these people, or are you just saying 2 words and putting them together?
It does sound like I'm just throwing 2 words together, but they're
Potsy
also
Clark and DX Bible.
They're other Husker coaches.
Sounds like a
back in the
Christian
day.
rap artist.
DX Bible.
It's the way Nebraska's always been. It's the way they've always been.
Yeah.
You got to overachieve. You got to overachieve.
I don't know. It sounds pretty
arbitrary.
I guess it does. Should we do a slice next?
I would love nothing more.
How about a slice and a super hot take market visit all in one shot?
Whoa. Okay.
And I'll see if I can correctly guess and steal Nick's thunder next on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
That ball is crushed into right field. They can't see it. One run is in. Here comes a second. The right fielder, Jordan, raises his hands up in the air, and Holcomb comes all the way around.
Wait a second.
You didn't really see the ball off the bat,
the
but it went
same-
108 miles per hour,
same highlight as last week.
379, which tells me
that it's over the
that
fence.
it's over the fence.
Is this a rerun?
After review, it is a ground rule double. We got runners on second and third. The game has been suspended until a ball be picked up at 4 o'clock. We go from there.
Wow.
College baseball.
I mean, I know that it's basically the summer, but why are we running reruns already?
Because, John, I wanted to throw you off the scent so you don't take it away from me this week.
That's pretty lame.
It's a very special one. It is our 2026 slice ratings.
What does this mean?
So, you weren't here
He
for the
wasn't
slice
here
ratings
last year.
So, John, essentially, I have a super top secret equation that I plug
It's like
in.
runs divided by games or something.
Nope. I plug in this equation for different teams, and basically, the higher the slice score, the better. I'm not saying they're a better team. I'm not saying they're going to win. It's just arbitrary.
Now, in fairness to like last year, Nick, you did this the week of the College World Series.
Yes.
You're doing like every
It's
team is
conference
still alive
tournament.
right
Yeah.
now. Are
Yeah.
you ranking all 300 and some odd teams?
No, I am only doing the current D1 top 25.
Wow.
But I'm not going to go over all of them. I'm going to go over some highlights, but I will
Okay.
have a slide in here that is, and I apologize for how this looks. Apparently, StreamYard just doesn't want me to do my normal slides anymore, so I had to do it the John way, so everything got shit.
Oh, yeah, too bad. Had to use a superior thing like what I do.
Anyway, here's where the top 25 shook out.
Okay.
And
This is based off the slice score?
it's based, this is all slice scores.
Look at that. Look at Nebraska, John. They're 13.
They are. Let's dive a little deeper. Georgia Tech, number 1 with a 6.3. That's a new record, beating Arkansas last season at 5.0.
Again, Arkansas, that was their season score going into the College World
It
Series.
was.
So, okay, so this number could lower.
It could.
Okay.
Number 25 is Coastal
We
Carolina.
did 1 and now we're doing 25.
Just top and the bottom.
We're just bouncing around.
We're just bouncing around.
Yikes, a yikes.
A 2.1. You'll see why that's a yikes here in a little bit.
Okay.
Nebraska, as you know, is number 13th. They were tied with Southern Miss and Arizona State at 3.0. But I decided to put Nebraska above them because when I had ties, vibes.
Go Big Red, says Nick.
I
Graham. Go
based
Big Red.
I based ties off of vibes mostly.
Okay.
There was
Oh.
a couple other factors, but it was mostly vibes.
Okay.
Fun facts, in 2025, Nebraska's final slice score was 1.2.
Well, so they're 3 times as better as they were last year.
Yes.
No, it'd be double.
No, they're 3. It's almost 3 times as better.
It's
1.2 times 3 is 3.6. Almost as good. Almost 3 times as good. 2.5 times as good.
I would say it's better.
Okay. I think this team is good.
More fun facts. In 2025, Georgia Tech's final slice score was 4.6.
And again, there's still a month left in the season. So this
These
is
are
not
some
their-
very arbitrary numbers.
arbitrary.
If I were an anonymous message board dork, I would
Hit
be
us with the
all over
arbitrary.
this.
Arbitrary.
I don't have that ready right now.
You'll get it.
Coastal Carolina's final slice score in 2025 was 4.2. That's why their low score of 2.1 now is a yikes.
Okay, I guess I'll hear that out.
And the 2025 College World Series champion LSU Tigers final slice score also 4.2.
Again, so they go down though, Nick, because the competition is tougher in the postseason.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Hell, we don't even know how he figures these things
Again,
out.
it's like
I don't know
runs
why you're trying
divided by
to play-
runs. It's runs divided by something.
Some honorable mentions, and you can't see it because it's all weird. Cool. Anyway, Creighton finished the season, not finished, but right as of right now in the season, Creighton's at a 1.2 slice score, and Iowa is at a 2.4 slice score.
I already think this is a bad formula.
Honorable Creighton mentions.
If you'd like to go back and look at everything, here it is one last time.
Wow.
Take it in. Texas
slice.
is at 4, Auburn 3.5.
I have taken it in.
Nice.
Consider it taken. Baseball.
Baseball.
Look at that, John. It says baseball LL.
I hate that it did that. I
Did you
hate
see
that
this,
it
John?
formatted it that
Leave
way.
it up there before John has the chance to miss it.
I see
Awesome.
it.
I just took
see
another
it.
screenshot.
I don't like that that's how it chose to format it.
Baseball. Lola.
That is awesome. Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Great graphics,
Hope
as
you enjoyed
always.
the slice.
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and go to the mall next.
Yeah.
The hot take mall,
Nick had a lot of things to get into in that segment.
including the
Yeah.
Creighton mentions Iowa's.
Yeah.
mesh.
Arbitrary. Honorable Creighton mentions Iowa.
We will continue with more, and also Steve Sipple still to come
Whoa, nice get, Nick.
on 1620 The Zone. Super hot take market time. Here was Jamie Pollard, the athletic director at the Iowa State University. Listen to what he had to say.
It's frustrating because collectively the four conferences created the CSC, and we spent a lot of money. The four commissioners spent a lot of money creating the CSC. And so then to have two of the conferences not want to adhere to it is perplexing to me, because then it's like, well, why did we spend the money? If you didn't want rules, then why did you create this entity? That's what's frustrating to me. The same people that say they want rules only want rules if they don't apply to them. I mean, I said it 3 years ago. Yeah. Let them break away. I'd say I would turn it around and say we should break away from them. Let them go, but they have to go in all their sports and see how fun it is to play baseball and softball and track when it's just the 20 of you. And that's what I think we should do. But I'm one person, and that's probably a little more draconian.
So what he's talking about, obviously the CSC, NIL, go. He's talking about the Big Ten and the SEC. They helped create this, but now they won't follow the rules, AKA actually doing what the commission is supposed to do, and that is stay within the cap and not go above and beyond on third-party NIL and try to cheat the system. The hot take, though, is this, and that is Jamie Pollard's going to come to regret those words, because eventually it's going to happen, and the Iowa States are going to be left behind. And then where is that going to leave them?
In a bad place.
By the way, it's
low
also
end of the slice score. Well,
also,
they don't have a baseball.
It is kind of ironic that he mentions, well, what are they going to do about baseball? What did your school do about baseball 25 years ago? They killed it.
Rip.
R.I.P. Iowa State baseball. I'm not saying that Jamie Pollard is wrong for feeling the way he feels, that we created this system, but the system wasn't really created because the conferences wanted to. It's because they had to because of the lawsuit, the House lawsuit. So it was a reluctant, we're going to create this. But if you thought there was ever going to be actual enforcement of these rules, you have not been paying attention. So, I mean, again, understand your frustration. I'm with you, but don't dare them to leave you or want to leave them, because once that happens, it's ball game over for y'all.
Before I get to mine, how about this? One of our great friends of the Grum, Peter, has offered up a hot take. Hot take! Seeing R.J. Lewis win Big East Player of the Year and SEC Player of the Year would actually be kind of cool. Shrug emoji. It's a hot take.
Sure.
I can't believe he's going to come back to college.
Well, he's not. He won't unless there's a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, there absolutely will be a
there
lawsuit.
There will be a lawsuit.
Will the judge be forgiven or
it
forgiving?
Depends on where the lawsuit's and where the judge lives.
Stay tuned for content for more of that. Hot take, I believe. We were talking about Nebraska expectations a little bit earlier. We've also talked before about the expansion of the college football playoff to 24. My hot take, the expansion to 24 teams would allow us to define Nebraska's program goals in an all-new way. I'm going to explain myself. I feel like you and me, the fan base, other media, I think we're all kind of in the wilderness right now where we don't know what Nebraska's goals should be. There's this weird get back to respectability, but what does that even mean? Is 7-5 not respectable? Does it mean 8-4? Does it mean 9-3? Is it contending? And again, what does contending for the playoff even mean? If it moves to 24 teams, the new goal will be make it to the playoff. And there won't have to be any qualifiers. There won't have to be any hand-holding. There won't have to be any yeah buts. No, it's basically do the thing that they haven't done in many years, and that's make it into the top 25. Really, we're talking about the top 23. But that would be the new goal. And so if there's any tiny modicum of good that would come out of 24, us being able to define success for Nebraska in a way for the modern sport, I think would be a massive positive. Unless they didn't do it, and then it would be yikes. They still can't even make it to the playoff.
Yeah, I suppose. But then again, don't think that, well, make a playoff, that means your coach's job is safe.
No, definitely not.
Definitely
That's not what that was about.
No, I understand that.
Do you have another one?
No.
I have one more. Hot take I could be talked into. Not only is Victor Wembanyama the most impactful defensive player in the history of the NBA, Nick, he is the most impactful defensive player in the history of sports. That's why it's a hot take I could be talked into. I'm not going to go all the way that. He's in his third year.
Man, you've flipped all the way from, Shohei being the greatest of all time.
Well, that's a difference. So that's baseball, John. I'm
Well,
talking
I
about
understand
basketball.
that, but now
I
you're
didn't say Shohei's the best
basically
defense-
saying Wemby's the greatest of all time.
I could be talked into him becoming the best defensive player in the history of
He
sports.
basically just got started.
I know. Imagine how much better he's going to be if he stays healthy.
Too early to tell.
It is way
If
too
he
early.
stays
to tell.
healthy.
That's why I'm not saying it. I could be talked into it. I'm not a freak, John.
I have a hot take.
Yeah.
Oh,
This weekend, Max Verstappen ran the 24 hours of the Nuremberg Ring.
yikes!
Yep. And they were doing really well. He was leading. He
Did they bring John Goodman's corpse out there to watch it? His character's corpse.
He did multiple stints.
Or Russell Crowe.
It was Russell Crowe.
My
He
bad.
did multiple stints. It's a total
the
of
world is happening.
Max Verstappen drove for 7 hours of the 24 hours of this race, right?
Sure.
He was driving like a madman. There was a clip of
They
him.
called him a madman.
He drove the car so fast that there was this drop off, and instead of going down like the other cars, he just went airborne, clunked on the ground, and then passed another car.
Like me on 42nd in Decatur in high school.
They were doing really good until they threw a drive shaft. You need that.
What is the hot take? You're just saying things.
Red Bull, Max Verstappen's team didn't win because of Max Verstappen. He drove it too hard. He doesn't know how to race endurance.
He doesn't know ball.
He only knows how to race really fast for a couple hours at a time. But the second he got into an endurance race with high stakes where you got to pace yourself, you're a runner. You know how marathons work. It's a marathon.
Not a
He
sprint.
He went for it right away and he broke his car.
John, your thoughts?
I mean, that's why only the GOATs win those races, like AJ and Mario.
AJ, who's that?
AJ Foyt,
Who's that?
one of the greatest race car drivers of all
Is he,
time.
Nick?
You've never heard of AJ Foyt?
I've heard you say his name before. I always thought you were saying
He
fight
is
in
the
a funny
first
way.
four-time Indianapolis 500 champion who also won the 24 hours of Le Mans and the Daytona 500.
I forget, is it 24 hours? Is that Formula One or is that just some random race?
That's a sports car.
It's
race.
What's that mean?
it's endurance. It's like world endurance. There's different classes.
None of these words mean anything to
Prototypes,
me.
hypercars.
Do they have engines? If you have
Yes,
engines,
Josh,
it's not
they have
Formula-
engines.
It's not
You
Formula One, then.
understand as a marathon runner what endurance is.
I do know what endurance means.
Yeah, this is a marathon of a race.
A couple of
Not a
years
sprint.
ago,
A race for 24 hours.
a couple of years ago, there was a NASCAR stock car in the 24 hours. It was really funny because you see a picture and all the cars are super low to the ground, and then you just have the stock car that's like 3 times the size as these things.
Learn something new every day.
You do. And there it is, the super hot take market.
Good job
We're
by
not
us.
going to get a chance to
I told you.
to talk about Bill Conley's great breakdown of why 24 is just a dumb idea.
I told you.
Though you do make a good point because we're in a nebulous zone right now, and we knew this was going to happen once they got rid of divisions of what progress or what benchmarks Nebraska has to play for. Well, now they can play for the top half of the Big Ten or top 5 in the Big Ten.
Seriously, it's
A very arbitrary goal versus winning a division, which was
arbitrary.
a very it's a benchmark. It's something you try to achieve.
It will be a thing. Again, I'm just looking for any silver linings of this dumb idea because it's going to happen. A silver lining of it for us locally is you know what you're playing for. You are playing to make the playoff, and like they are right now, but like they're not going to make the playoff. But you can make the. You can be a top.
I mean, a
24
silver
team.
lining is we'll get to see a lot of backups play and end of regular season games so they can
I'm trying to find actual silver linings. Alex asked this question earlier, real quick for Sipple. He says, legit question as a non-UNL football guy to consider. Is Nebraska a program or a coach?
What does that mean?
So there are program. Maybe this is a topic for a more runway. There are, in my opinion, there are coaches who win championships at programs. And then there are programs that win championships with coaches. Are you still a little confused?
Well,
Kurt Cignetti is a coach that wins a championship. The Indiana program did not win. Kurt Cignetti won.
Oh, so the trophy just says Kurt Cignetti, 2024 national champion, 2025 national champion.
The example of a program would be in the non-Nick Saban LSU championships. LSU won the championship, not the coaches.
Well, then what would Tom Osborne be?
I think. Well, that's the question: is Nebraska a coach or a program? I think coach. Again, the further we get away from everything, the more I just want to heap praise on him and Bob Fanny, more than anything.
Well, I mean, it's very worthwhile. They were literally at the top of their game when they left.
They were very good.
They were at the top of their game.
I wonder if peak T.O. or peak Devaney could make it work in 2026.
I always think that the great ones adjust.
Tom Osborne was like a schematic genius. He would have been totally good. I mean, Bob Devaney was more of a vibes guy. You know, he was about surrounding himself with great coaches. He was a great motivator. I bet he would have done awesome in the NIL era. I think he would have killed it.
Yeah. I always think the great ones adjust.
Yeah.
You know, they find a way.
Life finds a way.
Because you got to remember, they would have come up in an era of technology and NIL. Now, the interesting thing would have been if, you know, let's push Osborne's career back 25 years. So in other words,
he starts in 98.
He starts in 98 versus 73.
Mm-hmm.
Would he have ended up being like a Greg McDermott or a Jay Wright, who were like,
they get annoyed by
this wasn't what I signed up for?
It's a great question.
My guess is probably, because, you know, Tom was very set in his ways and, you know, had a certain way of doing things. But at least in terms of if they would have been able to come up during the era, and that's what makes this particular era so interesting, because things are happening so quickly and people are having to, including Matt Rule, are having to change on the fly or have had to change on the fly, that it's really testing their backbone, their belief system, because now everything has been thrown out. Matt Rule played in an era where he walked on. Yeah. He didn't get a damn scholarship. And now he's having to adjust to a world where you got to pay players. That is a tough adjustment.
It absolutely is. And you know what?
A tough adjustment.
In 30 years, the ones who grew up in an era of paying players, they're going to have to adjust to another new thing, you know, because that's how college football works.
AI players.
Oh, ugh. All right. I'm done with this.
Having to pay AI players.
Arbitrary.
Having to pay the nerd who created the AI player on his laptop.
I hate that.
Yeah, me too. You know who I don't hate?
Stephen M. Sipple on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Just saw one of the worst challenges yet.
That was terrible.
In this SEC tournament game, Vandy's up 8-4 on Kentucky, and Vandy's, I think it was the catcher, called for a challenge of a ball call. He thought it was a strike, and then they showed the replay. It was at least a good 6 inches off the plate. But they're giving these college kids 3 challenges, unlike in the big leagues where it's only 2.
What?
Which I think is a big mistake.
I agree.
Sip, do you know this? They have brought robo-umps to college baseball in the SEC tournament.
What? I did not know that. What you tell me is interesting.
Yes, they just did this. This is starting today.
Wow. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you for telling. That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
I wonder what's it look like? What's it look like?
Well, the players that I've seen today so far have gotten it way wrong. The challenges have been pretty terrible from the catchers, or I guess the hitter earlier.
3.
You get
Did I
3.
hear you right? They get 3.
You know how the big league system works, right? Where
He
each
watches baseball every night.
Oh,
Of
that's
course
true.
he knows. He loves
if you
baseball.
win your challenge, you get to keep your challenge. In the big leagues, they get 2. So you win it, you keep it. You lose it, it's gone forever. But in college, they're doing it for 3. They're getting them 3 instead of 2.
Okay, interesting. Now I got to tell you right off the bat here, I haven't had a laptop this week, so and I've kind of been off the grid a little bit today.
Good for you.
So, I mean, you know, in this world, it's interesting. Like when I say I've been off the grid, I mean like for the last 3 hours. So,
Oh, well, okay. Well, that's not so good.
So you haven't seen the huge news then?
No, I missed it.
You did? Wow. Well, you might want to call your buddy Tom back because he's coming back to coach. T.O. is already in. He is the coach in waiting when Kirk Ferentz retires at Iowa.
It's going to be so weird.
Oh, that's a good one.
I was going with a youth movement.
That's not funny. But yeah, no, I've been off. I'll have a new laptop by Friday.
Yeah, what happened? Did it just passed its breaking point?
The laptop got sick of reading his takes too. It's just like, I'm done.
Done, easy. Now here's the deal. It was, you guys can help, particularly Josh because he's a young. 4 years old. 4. I got a toothpick in my mouth. 4 years old.
He's eating already.
And it just, I think, not. I did spill a little orange juice on it, and I wonder if that contributed to it. I don't know.
Probably. Way to bury the lead. It's old. Also, I threw it into a river.
No, I just spilled a little orange juice, and I think it got in that like the corner, and I closed it. I closed the computer, shut it down, and then when I went, I don't know, I went to open it, and it kind of like a corner of it cracked off. I just wonder if it was just because it was sticky. I don't know. I don't know.
You drinking orange juice while you're doing stories or doing your radio show? Wow.
Yeah. Doing. Yeah. That's
interesting.
Semi-normal, isn't it?
Okay.
I drink water during the show.
Yeah. I used to be a big orange juice guy growing up.
I do like
orange juice every morning. And I can't even tell you the last time I had a glass of orange juice. And I love orange juice. I just haven't had it in a while.
Tasty.
They have it at the store, John.
They do.
Right
They do. Really? Is it cheaper than a gallon of gas right now?
Oh, good question.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what it is. I buy, like most people, I just buy a bunch of stuff and then, wow, that's
Do you buy the
expensive.
stuff in the carton or do you get the concentrate and then make it at home?
Oh, neither. I buy it in a plastic jug.
You get Simply?
Well, okay, yeah, that's what I meant. A carton or yeah.
Simply orange juice, is that how you roll?
Josh correctly identified the brand, I think.
I love Simply Orange. It's very good.
It's delicious. They make a good juice.
Yeah, they do.
I used to love making the stuff out of the frozen concentrate.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That reminds me of when my parents didn't have very much money.
It's the same thing. It's just concentrate and you mix it with water. It's exactly the same.
In fact, I kind of want to go back and do that now that you mentioned it.
All right. Nostalgia.
It's not an item for the poor.
I thought it was cheaper. I thought it was the cheaper orange juice.
Well, it is cheaper.
Okay.
It's not an item for the poor.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's for poor people.
Josh is frozen orange juice concentrate shaming me here.
Shaming.
That was the thing they were buying and trading places for frozen orange juice concentrate.
Great movie. That was a good pick in Movie Club.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of money, Sipple, I wonder
is Nebraska going to have to switch to frozen orange
they
juice
might
concentrate?
if they're going to pay the players. Do you think so? We're near the end of the offseason, just 3.5 months left.
Good Lord, stop
in the offseason.
It's a long ways from home.
Do you in all seriousness, Sip, do you think that money, like, is this going to be the thing that gets us to August, or will there be other topics that come up before then? Do you think?
Did I miss something?
Yes, Tom's the coach in waiting at Iowa.
Just like, we've been talking about NIL and paying players, and Rule has talked about it a lot. You've written about it a lot every time we have you on. I feel like the last month we've been asking you about it. Like, is that going to be the thing that carries us for the next few months, or is there going to be other stuff?
I don't think so. I mean, we're only, I think we're about 100 days away now, John. We're getting close. No, we're gonna talk about playoff format. I think that conversation will crank up next week. If I'm correct in saying the SEC meeting. See, will the SEC budge? That's what everybody's wondering. I think that conversation will continue. I think as you get closer, you're starting to see more evaluation of the teams and the conferences. I thought CBS Sports did a great post-spring power ranking. I don't know. I talk about whatever you want, but that NIL component is always going to be there. I don't know what you say about it right now, though, Josh. To tell you the truth, I don't know what else. I don't know what direction you'd go with it.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier, Sip, and the one of the things I've always kind of said about Nebraska football is it's the greatest overachieving program in college football history. Because no state has as many national championships with less population than Nebraska, right? I mean, Nebraska's average state rank has been between 35th and 38th out of the 50 states. The next nearest team with multiple national titles is Oklahoma at 27. And that's a state that's basically always been about twice the size of Nebraska. And so the premise being that Nebraska historically has always done more with less. They've always stretched the dollar. Okay. They've always overachieved. Always. Okay. And so whatever formula it's going to take for Nebraska, for Matt Rule to get Nebraska to where Nebraskans want it to be, there has to be in that formula, the flour of that formula, the flour of that recipe has to be overachieving, in my opinion.
I got to be. I have to be. You know how it goes in these conversations we have. It's really easy to contradict yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that? I notice it all the time when I write in a column. It's the thing I look for. Did I contradict myself here?
Yeah.
The reason I say that is because that sounds like, when you say that, it sounds like developmental program, right?
Yeah, sure.
That's kind of what you hear, and I have to check myself in that conversation because my theme, and it's not like a theme that I say just to elicit conversation. It's a theme that I believe in, and that is you have to get Randy Gregory's and Grant Wistrom's and Lawrence Phillips, and you have to get those players.
Mm-hmm.
if you're going to beat Ohio State. So I understand where you're coming from, but however you're, I mean, if that's what overachieve means to you, okay. But I mean,
that's certainly part of it. That's certainly part of
when
it.
Nebraska was winning national titles, I didn't look at those teams as being overachievers. They were loaded. I mean, they were loaded now.
Right.
Remember, John, you were covering it.
Yep.
How many players, if you just look at the 1997 team's tackle chart and count, gosh, I'm not joking. I bet you get to 19,
Yeah.
18.
No,
okay.
You're right.
Is that overachieving? Or are you just loaded?
It's a little bit of both, because obviously there are a few guys that developed as that time go on. But to me, it's about those guys. I'm talking about the Wistroms and the Peters and the Fraziers and those guys. Those, I guess we'd call them today the 4 and the 5-star players.
Yeah.
Those came on the backs of all the overachieving that happened before it, with the walk-on program, making everyone better, challenging, just the way that you coach, the way that you, develop. I think of the guys like the Jared Tomiches, who very, very talented, but Nebraska had to be, they had to be creative in how they got him eligible and how they were able to, get him acclimated to school life, all of those little things. So while you're right, Sip, overachieving, to me, there's a lot of development that is baked into that, but but there are a lot of other things as well. It's just about working harder, working smarter, stretching the dollar further, all of those things.
I totally agree. I totally agree, but inherent in that, part of that conversation has to include you have All-American.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Legit bona fide multiple first round guys.
And some of that
look at Tech. Well, look at the teams in the last 3 drafts. Ohio State had 29 guys drafted in the last 3 drafts. Texas 29, Georgia 29. That's what you got to. If we're talking about getting back to where Nebraska was, and you're really, now they're far away from that. That's the issue. But it's got to be hard to do as a developmental overachieving program, and all the images that conjures up in my mind.
Right.
I don't know.
Overachieving though.
And then the other part of it is you don't have walk-ons anymore.
Yeah.
They're gone. That's obsolete. John, that's over. You're going to have a 105-man roster in a few years. It's about 115 now. That part's over. So, yeah, Nebraska. But I agree with you. Nebraska does, in this current landscape, it is not impossible for them to be situated where they are in terms of rev share and NIL, and still make a push into the playoff.
Yeah,
it's really hard to do. If you look at the 12 teams that made it last year, I don't think any of them came from the 30th in the country in roster value, but it doesn't mean it's inconceivable to do it.
Right. Overachieving can also be in recruiting. It's George Darlington mining the state of California to get the Lawrence Phillipses of the world and to convince them that this is a great place for you, where, maybe had never heard of Nebraska before. Overachieving is, is how Devaney was able to convince guys to come here, when people didn't know what Nebraska was or where Nebraska was on a map. There's a lot of different layers to it, but yeah, I agree with you. Eventually at the end of the day, when you are playing the Ohio States, when you're playing the Michigans, you got to have those All-Americans.
Yeah, you got to have the horses. But I think we're on the same page, generally speaking. You always have to be careful in that conversation, that overachieving conversation, that it's not just a fantasy. There's certain realities that have to be part of that conversation. And I watch those realities, when I see Ohio State and what they, it's pretty apparent. You're far from that, right? Nebraska's far from that right now.
Sip, I wonder, we were talking earlier, we do a segment on Tuesday's Hot Take Market, and I did a hot take that the expansion to 24 teams, if it comes to pass for the playoff, will allow us to define Nebraska's program goals in a new way, because I have felt for a few years they've been kind of in this weird middle ground where it's like they need to be better and they maybe 8 or 9 wins. They need to get back to respectability. Once the divisions went away, you couldn't even have you need to take step 1, which was winning the division. But a 24-team playoff would suddenly allow for a new, dare I say, attainable first goal before the other goals. I wonder, A, do you agree? And also, given the discussion that we just had and ones that you and I have had in the past, does that feel like yet again lowering the bar to a different kind of area where we're like, maybe you can finish as a top 25 team and make it to this huge playoff?
Well, first of all, I agree with you. I do think that, 24 more attainable. Does it lower the bar? The bar's been lowered.
Yes, yeah, we agree on that.
It just happened, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. It doesn't seem like all that long ago you had that conversation. We will never lower our standards, that kind of thing.
Yep.
And you'd hear that bickering, like that bickering in the fan base about what the standards should be. Well, like I said, it's just dropped. Organically, it's just dropped. The bar is fallen. And it is, so that's where we're at. Now, as far as the 2014 playoff goes, I don't know. I haven't thought about it all that much, but it obviously affords you a much better opportunity to get in. And then when you don't, here's where I think it would affect a team like Nebraska. It's going to diminish the mid-tier bowls, right? And I don't even know what the bowl system structure would look like with the 2014 playoffs. But I know if it continues and they try to do it, those mid-tier bowls will be diminished significantly to the point where I don't even know, will we have the conversation, well, at least they're making it to a bowl. I don't even know at that point. All the data points are going to kind of get screwed up as we go along,
Sure
right?
they
They're
will.
already a lot of them already are, but that's a data point that's going to be weird to me. So I just hope, what you hope as a Nebraska fan is that Nebraska's not really that far off from if there is a 24-team field, not far off from being in it. And that's largely what this season's about, right? That 4th-year rule. Shouldn't you be in that conversation?
They were talking about being in that conversation last year.
Iowa would have made it. Iowa would have made a 24-team playoff last year at 8-4. They would have made it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 8-4. All right, come on. You can't be far off from that. And if you are, then you're probably in trouble as a head coach at Nebraska. If you're not in that conversation in year 4, then come on, what are we doing? You just gotta. I get it. I'm pretty patient. I'm patient with Rule, actually, but there's breaking points in those conversations.
Sip, as you were answering that, and this isn't necessarily an area where we can branch off and carry on the discussion here, but maybe it's something we carry on here on the show or elsewhere at another time. But as you were talking that through, talking about the 2014 playoff and then what happens to the Bulls and then what happens here, it got my head spinning for a minute because, we've seen a lot of change in this sport. From no playoff to a 2-teamer to a 4-teamer to a 12-teamer. This potential change could have a greater impact on the sport as a whole than any of the other changes that came before it.
Yeah.
As I was thinking through, and there's a lot of layers that we can get into, but Yeah, absolutely. Now you're 8-4 teams are talking about being in a postseason tournament, not well, I guess we're going to the Music City Bowl, right?
Right, or Capital One, or
Right.
Gator.
And those teams
All
that
those
do
bowls.
end up in the Music City Bowl are like, oh man, we didn't make the playoff. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other layers to it. But the fundamental change to this sport, if they do double this playoff field, might be the biggest we've ever seen yet.
Yeah, it would be. It would be for a variety of reasons. I mean, that, the inventory. Think about the impact on ESPN. And now it would share playoff inventory with Fox. Its bowl inventory would be, I don't want to say decimated, but it would not be great for ESPN in any way. ESPN's been such a major player for all these years. So there's impact in that regard. But yeah, I mean, it's just the way you judge your program would fundamentally change. The data points, I keep saying data points, they're just, I don't know, they're going to be different. So you all got kind of adjust. But that's one, I always try to think of this in terms of Nebraska. For so long, we had that 7 years, we had that conversation, just get to a bowl. Mm-hmm. Well, as the bowls get further diminished, and that's going to happen in a 24-teamer, will really be diminished. Then that loses a lot of steam, right?
Yeah, then you got to make the playoff.
Yeah, and then it changes the way you evaluate coaches. I mean, think about Alabama. Alabama comes to mind because it's an example of a place where if there was a 24-team playoff in place next year, I know DeBoer just got extended, but if he missed that next year, forget it. He's done. There's no way he'd survive that, right?
Hell, even if he was like the 21st seed.
For those teams, it's like got to make it to round number whatever 3. You got to make it to the semis. You got to make it to the quarters.
Yeah, right. Seeding would. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, data points change.
On that note, Sip, do you think? And I'm not asking you to guess what Matt Rule thinks or what Troy Dannon thinks, but do you think Nebraska collectively, if you could be the conscience of Nebraska and Nebraska football, should they be running towards a 2014 playoff or not?
Yeah, I mean, right now where they're at, logic would suggest yes, right? I mean, just get us in that fray. As far as, and then, logic again, where you're positioned in the rev share / NIL world, which is we're saying, and I feel good about saying they're in that 25 to 30 range. So yeah, I mean, it certainly jives with that, right? Yeah, right at this moment in time, I would say yes, that I would think they would be in favor of a 2014 teamer. Their conference is in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Ten's sort of, I don't know, I'd say leading the charge. They're
definitely, they've led the charge, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd say they haven't. I think the Big Ten, I agree, it's leading the charge, but I think the Big Ten would go to 16 and be okay too. But anyway, yeah, I think Nebraska's, as it stands right now, where it's at as a program, I would think they would embrace that 2014 playoff.
Sip, I know your Magic are eliminated, but did you stay up late to watch the Thunder Spurs game?
No, I'm glad you asked. I didn't. That's way too late for me. Me and Alex watched the first half at Wings and Rings, and it was great. It was a great first half. I knew it was going to be a great game, but I'm not going to stay up and watch the whole thing. I wish I would have, in a way.
It was insane.
But, in this world, you just get on TikTok and you can watch the critical highlights down the stretch.
Yeah, but then you got to watch it with the camera turned the wrong way, and then you can't see half the floor because they're shooting it up and down on TikTok.
You watch the highlights on YouTube,
not side to side,
like a fellow old.
Well, I could do that too. I don't have a laptop right now.
Yes, by the way, someone did send us an AI generated, Nick, don't get triggered, an AI generated meme of you pouring orange juice on your computer.
Yeah, now there are a couple problems with it. So you work for Steve Sipple Real Estate, and also way too much hair on this AI generated version of you. No offense, Sipple.
No, it's fine. Yeah, at all.
Though if we could somehow superimpose the actual Sip face on there, it actually does look like something he would do, where he's just literally pouring the orange juice on top of the
directly into the computer. When's the new laptop coming?
I'm hoping. What's today? Tuesday, Thursday or Friday?
Oh, good.
What kind of a laptop is it?
I don't know. Sean Callahan handles it all, and he's amazing. He's amazing, by the way, with that stuff. He just goes to Costco, gets one, takes it to Best Buy, gets it all, all the programs installed.
I didn't know they sold laptops at Costco.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did he get them in bulk? So he'd buy 18 of them?
Not a bad idea.
Because there's many more orange juices to spill.
No, he did not buy the bulk.
Oh.
And he had said 4 years is pretty good. You lug that thing around all the time. You're lugging it on road trips, and they take kind of a beating.
Well, Sip, congrats on getting the new laptop. Good luck in learning it, because it's always so different.
What? Can't be that different.
You just got tagged in a photo by Ray pouring the OJ directly onto the computer.
It's Columbus High School millennial Sip pouring the orange juice into the computer. It's a great picture.
Well, have a great week, Sipple.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Interesting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do it again.
We will.
We will. Steve Sipple, ladies and gentlemen, from HuskerOnline.com.
I don't know if I've ever heard you more like a tone in your voice towards the 24-teamer. It was almost this could be good for Nebraska. Like you seem kind of for the first time. Put it on a poster. John Bishop arbitrarily likes the 24-teamer.
The positive boys. The only way I will even consider it a decent idea, not even a good idea. The only way I would consider the 24-teamer a decent idea is if they put all 10 conference champions in it.
No way in hell they're doing that, but I agree with you, John.
If old Tone Petiti came out today and said, we're gonna give 10, because there's 10 conferences. You got the Power 4 and the new group of 6.
Yep.
The Pac-12. Welcome home.
Hell yeah, they're back, baby.
If all 10 conference champions get an auto bid and then they fill it with the rest of the DREC, then I would consider it a decent. I would still not support it,
but a decent idea.
Decent
idea alert.
I've always thought the conference champions should just get an auto bid. It makes sense. You won the conference.
That's what they do in all of the other collegiate sports.
But of course, they'll never do that, because that would mean, oh my God, we have 6 of those people here.
They would say they. Yeah. Not in my backyard. Not in my playoff.
Who invited those people here?
Instead of NIMBY, it'd be NIMP. Not in my playoff.
They only use Head and Shoulders. They don't use the expensive shampoos.
They do orange juice from concentrate.
Wow, I can't believe you are an orange juice.
All I was saying was it is cheaper. It's like getting Kroger Pop-Tarts. And I said,
it's not. The Minute Maid makes it's the good orange
juice. And speaking of, there was a message that we got from.
Why don't you just juice your own oranges?
Somebody. Why don't? Yeah, Steve.
Why not?
Steve said in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, they've pretty much phased out frozen concentrate juice. Minute Maid doesn't make it anymore. There aren't any brands left, if any.
Why don't they do the frozen concentrate?
If you don't buy it, why would they have it? If someone like you doesn't even realize they phased it out, like they're obviously not doing good business.
Damn it. Oh, damn it.
So they've taken away a very viable and delicious, cheaper option.
Then why don't you buy it if you like it so much?
The concentrate,
I just don't drink orange juice anymore.
The concentrate.
I drink coffee now.
Good for you, could have it?
I drink coffee now.
I don't know. I think it's probably lesser good. I don't know.
This almost sounds like a taste test challenge. to see if Josh could tell the difference between the stuff in the bottle or the frozen orange juice concentrate.
No, I'm not saying that like I know I can guarantee it. I'm just saying I remember we used to have that when we had less money. It wasn't a value judgment. John is the one who made it all.
Sounds like you're making a value judgment.
Saying my parents used to buy it and then they stopped buying it because they had a little more scratch.
Did you guys go
or
through
maybe
that?
they were just lazy. They didn't want to make it themselves.
That could be the case.
I guess John can't answer this because who knows when he had it last. As you've gotten older, Josh, do you prefer more pulp in orange juice?
Yes.
Me too. What is that?
Yeah.
Why
I wanted
do I want
some
more
pulp. And then you get foam thrown at you.
I don't know what happened. I don't get it because I hated pulp and now I'm like, yeah, give me some of that pulp.
I need pulp. If I drink orange juice that doesn't have pulp, I hate it. It doesn't feel real, I think.
That's Uncanny Valley orange juice.
That is one of my favorite Soprano scenes of all time when Tony is standing out there in the driveway and Carmela's pissed at him.
Very on brand.
And she's on the phone and Tony comes out with a bottle of orange juice in his hand and says, I wanted some pulp. And it's the way he says it too. I wanted some pulp. This has all pulp. She's like, go get your own orange juice, and throws the phone at him.
By the way, we just got an update on the Big East Championships tomorrow. This will affect our morning show, I'm sure.
Well, yes.
Because Connor Happer will be there.
Yes.
Which is in where again?
It's north of Cincinnati.
He's in Ohio. The game is going to be at 10 a.m.
Wow.
10 a.m. It's going to be on Yacht Rock, I
Yacht
hear.
Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Nice.
it'll be on Yacht Rock.
Don't know what that means for the morning show, but there's going to be some baseball tomorrow morning.
So 10 a.m. for the first game of the Big East tournament.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, when we continue, we've got some content.
What do we have in content today, John? Horses?
No
we don't
horses.
care about that. Remember, Nick?
Let's see. We got an update on Brennan Sorsby. We've got Big Ten coaches triggered about punts.
What?
John Harbaugh's talking. And RIP to two legends of our caloric intake.
Oh.
Both
concentrated orange juice
going away. No, there is still frozen orange juice concentrate out there.
Okay.
And it still tastes delicious, I'm sure. Even though I haven't had it in a long time.
Yeah, you definitely love it.
I just had a big glass of orange juice yesterday morning.
It tastes like orange juice.
It's fine. I haven't had it in years. I
saw somebody drinking Sunny D recently. I'm like, ugh.
Okay, that's trash.
There's not any orange. Sunny D's all chemical.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I loved it, and then I remember having it as a slightly older kid, and I was like, no, thank you.
It tastes like if Pepto-Bismol decided to make an orange flavor.
Yeah.
That's what it tastes like.
But ironically, it gives you heartburn.
Great point. 1620 zone.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Oh, Nicholas.
John,
talk to me.
Last week, you, John, learned what Kalshi is. This week, Kalshi is listing Matt Poole as their favorite to win college football coach of the year. Does this legitimize them in your eyes?
I didn't see anywhere in this script where you're supposed to laugh during the question. Let me be the voice of positivity and reason here.
You don't need. This isn't the voice of reason. You're just being the voice of positivity.
It's reasonable positivity.
Okay. That's the name of your Eastern Conference podcast, I believe.
Nice.
Should Matt Rule lead the Huskers?
Oh, sorry.
No.
That wasn't what I was trying to do.
8 or more wins this season, he most definitely would be in the running for College Coach of the Year. Though there's like 18 different National College Coach of the Year awards, so I don't know which one of these Kalshi is identifying. But I see where they are coming from. Now, would I place money on this bet? No.
It's a prediction market,
By the way,
John.
Side question.
He's the favorite at 11%. It's a very large field, so it's not like it's only a 1 in 10 chance. But I do see logically where this were to line up. He would certainly be a candidate if Nebraska had a breakout year of being a national coach of the year, just as Fred Hoiberg was this past season for basketball.
What, Nick?
Do you think that whoever set this up on Kalshi is just trying to take money from honest, hardworking Nebraskans? Sorry, this prediction.
Oh, you mean the same folks that have been taking money from hardworking Nebraskans every year when that win total comes out?
Remember, this is a
people slam the
prediction
over?
market.
It's
This
a
isn't Vegas,
prediction.
John. This is Kalshi.
Well, they're still taking money, or
They're
someone's
definitely
taking
taking
money.
For predicting, not bet. It's not betting.
It's the same
The
damn thing.
reasoning behind taking Rule would be you're hoping for a nice bump and that people are like, give it to the Nebraska guy. He had a big breakthrough year. That's a stupid prediction. I wouldn't do it. But I like keeping my money, not losing it for no reason.
So apparently, Big Ten coaches voted together as a block, 18-0, against some new rule pertaining to punting. What's going on here?
John, you got to help me out here, man. What's going on here? It's about the formation.
So, according to the new rule, the formations have to be 2x2 on either side of the snapper. So, does that mean there have to be 5 guys tight on the line of scrimmage like there is in a normal formation?
Yeah.
Players are locked into the 2x2 formation with the guards and tackles in or touching the tackle box, no shifting, and they are eligible. Okay, so it's
ineligible.
If 5 players wearing 50 through 79 are on the line of scrimmage, normal football rules go into effect. If a team elects to change player jerseys to alleviate number exceptions, a team may fill out a form and present it to the referees in the pregame. Holy crap!
I don't know any of these words, but Kirk Ferentz hates it. There's no compelling reason to change it. It was already perfectly fine. He said the need for uniform changes tied to the rule will make it look like a clown show out there. He advocated for the rule to change back. We're not playing it for a couple months. I don't know why they couldn't change it. So it's about the jersey numbers?
Why can't numbers just be numbers?
Clown show? I don't care.
So this is going to prevent those weird-ass punt formations where guys are spread out all over the field. I mean, as long as you have the prescribed number of guys on the offensive or on the line of scrimmage, which you're supposed to have when you're the offensive team.
Don't like it. I stand with Kirk.
Captain?
Well, it's a good thing.
Ferentz.
It's a good thing that
What?
this is Ferentz's last year, and then T.O.'s in the coach and waiting, and he's taking over next year.
Good luck, Tom.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Check out the judge that'll be deciding on, and I'm reading this exactly how it's written.
No, you don't have to do that, Nick.
Brendan Torsby's eligibility this season.
Damn it, Nick. Also, I forgot to upload the slide. I pulled a John where I said, I didn't do the thing that I was going to do.
Check out this guy. Who is this?
Brendan Torsby.
His name is Brendan Sorsby, Nick. Why did John change the spelling of it? Why would he do that?
Who is this judge? Why do I care?
Look at him. He's on your screen right now. He's hanging out with the goofball Texas Tech mascot doing the guns up during COVID.
I've never seen the Texas Tech mascot. He looks like Great Value Yosemite Sam.
He does. He looks like orange juice from concentrate Yosemite Sam.
Kroger Yosemite Sam.
So this is the mascot for the poors, says Josh Peterson.
Well, definitely not. Texas Tech is very rich. Congrats to Brendan Torsby. He will be on the football field this fall.
If he's on the football field, this judge needs to be immediately removed from office.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say.
Seriously.
Take that gun and...
That's like... that. The first rule of sports, you don't bet on your own team. Period. End of story. It's pretty simple to follow. Old Torsby couldn't follow it.
Have you considered that nothing actually matters anymore?
Excellent point, Nick. Good counter. Torsby. Why did I do that?
The 2028 NFL draft is headed to Minneapolis. Should we do a station-wide road trip to cover the famed event?
My first answer was...
Is it safe enough to go there yet?
John, would you stop it? Good Lord. The answer is yes, definitively.
Watch out for Torsby.
The problem is that we didn't even do it when it was down in Kansas City. So if we didn't go there, then we're definitely not.
Well, yeah, it's an extra like 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
up there.
but it's not far away. Also, it seems like a huge nerd fest, so I'm good.
Yeah.
You would love it. You love nerd fests.
No, I'm not you, Nick.
No, this is football nerd fest. You would
I
love
don't know
it.
what we would do. Is there like even a Radio Row? I assume there is.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
All right. I mean, are you getting prime guests, or is it like, hey, it's Brendan Torsby? You mean Brendan Torsby? And they say, no, it's Brendan Torsby.
Just get a TikTok house and do it all from that.
All right. I do like the idea of a road trip with the fellas, though. Maybe you could come this time, Nick.
Yeah, I don't have My Chemical Romance anytime soon.
You never know.
I could care less about what's happened last year, the year before that, or 10 years before that. Giants coach John Harbaugh said, all I care about is tomorrow's practice, because if tomorrow's practice is the way it's supposed to be, that'll be one more step in the direction of being good enough football team to kick the Cowboys' ass. With that, the room exploded with thunderous applause. Torsby, will he do it?
I do like this hire. I am a John Harbaugh believer. Now, is he going to make the Giants great? I don't know.
No.
I mean, the good news is be great in that division. All you have to do is win about 8 games. That's usually
the
about
champ
good
last
enough.
year won like 12 games.
No, but
The year before they won the Super Bowl.
But you keep telling me their coach is a tire fired, so they're going to come
I know,
back
but
to the
like,
pack
I'm just trying to be factual.
And
The
then
division
Washington,
champions
I mean,
winning.
Washington is Washington. They got the coach who wears his hat backwards.
Hell
he's,
yeah, Dan Quinn.
He's great value, Dan Campbell.
Ha! Got him.
And then there's that other team in the division that no one cares about.
That sometimes wins 12 games.
Yeah,
He'll do it. He'll kick the Cowboys' ass.
Didn't they win? Didn't they win the last game of the year last year?
Thank God they did. Allowed us to draft Caleb Downs. I'm a big fan of that. I didn't watch a second of that game because I was calling a basketball game. I was pumped. I was so happy to miss it. I didn't want him to win. I wanted him to lose. Will he do it? No, of course not. Giants suck. I think they're going to beat the Cowboys in a fair and square football game this year, though, not one with
fair and square. You're saying that they cheated last year?
Well,
in week
Dallas
18?
didn't care. They benched all their starters.
Fair and square, they didn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Last 30
Au
years,
contraire.
Dallas apparently hasn't cared either.
Well, last 10 they've beaten the Giants, and so at least they do that now. It's
pretty
the one
fair.
good thing that they've done.
Trinity Shad Series won the Big East long jump title last Friday. She was brought to Creighton as a transfer from Wisconsin to play volleyball. She only started competing in track at Creighton on May 2nd. How crazy is this?
Well, that was 17 days ago. The event was a few days ago, and so that is bonkers. I talk to Chris Gannon once every couple of weeks. We do a podcast that goes up on the Creighton Track and Field YouTube page. I'm chatting with him on Thursday. I can't wait to discuss this. This is wild.
You should have Trinity on with.
This is absolutely wild. That's a great idea.
She was a great track
going to
athlete.
nationals.
Where she's, I can't remember what state she's from, but she was originally a Wisconsin player. She redshirted there last year, transferred down here, had competed in spring volleyball. So that's the reason why she only started competing in track on May 2nd.
Yeah.
Because they had to get through the spring volleyball season. Then she comes out and just goes, la-di-la, look at me in the long jump, winning the Big East title. Congratulations. That is pretty cool.
Some people are just way more talented than we will ever be.
Yeah.
And she is one of those people. Congratulations.
Good on Coach Gannon for
hell yeah, Coach.
Putting the call in with Coach Rosen and saying, hey, while you're creating those insane, ridiculous schedules, Could you loan me a volleyball player to compete in long jump?
A letter to 2 lead senators thanking them for their bipartisan support to save college sports was co-signed by members of the President's Roundtable on Fixing College Sports and sent on New York Yankees letterhead. Sorry, what?
Yeah. What the hell? Why did this happen?
Well, it's because the president of the Yankees is on this committee, but doesn't it just ring very hollow that we're here to save college sports? Thank you, senators, for saving college sports. Meanwhile, it's on Yankees letterhead. Literally the franchise that epitomizes, professional sports.
Yes, and spending lots of money. This is like Veep stuff. This is stuff that would happen on Veep.
Yeah. How about just normal letterhead? How about just a clean sheet of paper?
Yeah, from the office of somebody.
Oh, no, it'll look much better on Yankees letterhead.
Heart Attack Grill, the restaurant in Las Vegas known for its quadruple bypass burgers and the place with the scale outside of the front door.
Yes!
We saw that on Tall Beer Night.
We did. God, what a great night.
Closed on Monday.
No!
The restaurant's website the same day displayed a bold statement that pointed at high prices in Las Vegas casinos, corporate greed, exclusion of the middle class, and the restaurant being considered gosh. You ever go?
No, except for that one time we went out. Here was another quote, Nick. Our core value, eat big and laugh loud, no longer fits a city peddling $40 artisanal avocado toast. The honest, heavy-duty calories that build our reputation are now considered, is it gauche? Is that how that word is pronounced, or is it gauche?
Gauche.
Gauche.
Yeah.
By a city that has excluded the middle class and lost its swagger in the process.
You can't talk about the middle class and then use words like gauche in the same sentence.
Also, I forgot about this. So the scale that Nick mentioned, if you are 350 pounds or heavier, you got to eat for free.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted to go eat there. There was on one of the food channels or whatever, I watched a whole episode about that place one time. And this was in my prime.
We should have gone.
We should have. I don't know why we didn't.
Well, Happer really wanted White Castle.
I respect that, Nick. I respect that.
I mean, this sounds very convenient. It sounds like a convenient way to realize, hey, we're not making enough money anymore. We need to close down, but let's blame Las
Gen
Vegas.
Z.
And let's face it. I mean, Las Vegas has been comparatively struggling. They've been price gouging and doing all this.
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean,
stuff.
it's
So-
wild. You watch the movie Vegas Vacation, and not the whole, but one of the conceits of the movie is like, yeah, Vegas is super cheap. Like you can go there and spend like $5 and you can get all this food.
Yeah, not anymore.
No, which is like a bummer because when we've gone there, it's like, damn, that's that much money,
Yep.
for a meal. And so that stinks.
Finally, Schlitz beer, one of the most popular beers in America before Budweiser took over, is being canceled.
Oh, is it because of the gauche people again?
Probably. Pabst, the brewers of Schlitz, I didn't know that, announced the decision recently, ending 177 years of existence. Pour one out for old Schlitz.
We may have to find Schlitz for One Beer Friday. It'll be the last Schlitz we ever have. I think we've done Schlitz for One Beer Friday. I'm pretty sure we have.
We have, yes. Yeah. So why is it ending? Because people just don't like it anymore?
Yeah, Pabst.
Everybody likes PBR.
Pabst bought out a lot of these brands a long time ago.
Yeah.
They brew old style.
Mm-hmm.
Lone Star beer, I think a lot, because Schlitz used to be its own brewery. It was the most popular beer in the country post World War II.
Yeah.
And then Budweiser took over and Schlitz got cheap.
Gauche.
They changed their recipe. It pissed a bunch of people off.
Arbitrary.
Beer companies love changing recipes.
Yeah,
you
stop
don't have
doing
to
it.
do that.
Yeah, just stick with it.
Apparently, there's like some small Milwaukee or Wisconsin brewer that has the original recipe and is
Gonna bring it back?
They're gonna make a last couple of barrels of the original Schlitz.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
That sounds fun.
And then it's done.
We got a text from the 402 about the original question and content today about Rule being coach of the year.
Mm-hmm.
If Rule gets coach of the year, I will eat that burrito that one Iowa fan shoved up his hoop during basketball season.
Put that on the list for posterity.
Remember that guy who was like with a burrito.
Put that on the list. We need to hold these people accountable.
I agree. Well,
hold our listeners accountable.
All right, I put it on the No Context 1620 account, so it's there at least.
Well, put it on our list too.
Okay, a guy will
because it'll be fun. It'll be fun to revisit.
That will. It'll be good times at the end of the year when we do our final show of 2026.
Speaking of burritos,
that's what's for dinner.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Let me tell you something. There is not another coach in the NFC North that will ever grace the open of what's for dinner.
Good call, John. Suck on that, McMaster.
A fine coach. What do you think Ben Johnson would say? He'd just make some smart ass comment and then lose in the playoffs. That's what he would do.
To be fair, I like both of those guys.
Last night was smash burgers and tater tots.
God, what a great dinner, John. What's tonight? I don't know.
Actually, we still have some of that leftover ribeye. It sounds like we might be doing
steak sandwich,
rice bowl.
Oh man, with some ribeye, that's awesome.
I think
our Chicago style sandwich thingy last night rocked. It was super, super good. Very tasty. Tonight, I'm on my own. We have a salad kit. And so I think I'm going to do that with some
salad kit.
Spicy chicken tendies.
This guy.
Does it come with like Lego instructions on how to build the salad?
You've never gotten a salad kit from Costco?
A salad
I have. I
kit.
just wanted to
This sounds so millennial of you.
Well, it is.
Oh, your avocado
I'm
toast.
not sure what goes in a salad. Just make me a kit, please.
You've never gotten a salad kit at the store?
I have no idea what a salad kit is.
It's just like salad, and it comes with like the dressing and the croutons and stuff. So when you get home, if you're wanting to make something quick, you can just make it quick.
So in other words, you're just buying a salad.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But it comes in a bag.
Oh, well, you didn't have to call it a kit. You just said
That's what it's called. It's called a salad kit. Just because you're the idiot, don't judge me.
What do you mean, idiot? You're just buying a salad
kit.
I've gone to the store and bought a salad before.
But you've never bought a salad kit? It's like this. I just clicked on the first one that showed up from Hy-Vee. It's like that. So it has all this stuff, and then it's already chopped up, and it has the sauce in a bag, and it has the
they're pretty convenient, John.
They're very convenient.
They're nice.
Thank you, Nick.
Last night I ended up having a carne asada rice bowl. It was really good.
Wow, look at you guys with the rice bowls.
I don't know about tonight. I have to mow tonight.
Well, thank God it's been sunny today, so it won't be too wet
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
That's incredible, man. You got to save that mowing for the weekend.
Everybody's mowing for the weekend.
There's nothing more bumming to me than mowing on a weekday.
We wanted to mow this weekend, but we weren't sure how sunny and everything it was going to be. We didn't want to do that thing where we mowed and then we didn't get any rain and it was bad for the grass. Overthought it. That's what happened.
By the way, if anyone is mowing tonight and looking for something to listen to, I highly recommend the quarterback rankings with tiers segment that they did on Happer and Schaefer this morning, where they did Nebraska quarterbacks that have started games since 2000. Schaefer pissed everybody off by not having Eric Crouch in his top tier, and then off to the races they went. It was a very funny segment. You know, there was a question we got in Dumb Debates or something recently that was like, is there a thing that another radio show has done that you wish you had that idea first? The ranking with tier segment is very good, and I'm jealous of it.
If you want to watch it, it's also on our YouTube channel, 1620 The Zone TV.
Excellent. Good job, Nick.
Good job, Joe.
Well, we could just usurp the segment and just call it Dumb Rankings.
Dumb Rankings with graphics.
Oh.
Our new Wednesday bit.
Speaking of bits, our bit, Dumb Debates.
Bye.
Tomorrow. See you